Welcome, everyone. I call the June 24th Special Council Work Session to order. Council President Martz and Councilmember Winterstein are excused this evening. We have 3 agenda items tonight, and following the presentation and council discussion for each item, I'll allow a brief public comment period. As the council has a very full agenda this evening, I'm asking that audience members who are here as part of a group consider identifying a spokesperson to make comments. And those not making comments can indicate their support for a position by raising your hand. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes each, and additional guidelines for participation will be displayed on the screen during the comment period. The first agenda item that we'll have tonight is ID 0441, sewer extensions to areas where on-site septic systems exist. And Matt Ellis, our senior engineer, will come up and start the presentation. Thanks, Matt.
All right. Good evening, council members. Again, I'm Matt Ellis, engineer with Public Works Engineering, and tonight we are talking about sewer system extensions. In February, council received a memo of staff's work plan to evaluate 3 items: possible funding mechanisms for sewer extensions, possible code changes for inspecting septic systems, and engagement with the Sycamore residents. So why are we studying this? Sewer extensions are done for the following 2 reasons: to protect public health and safety, and to enhance environmental protection. Any new plat or commercial development is required to extend sewers to protect health and safety of the public and guard against environmental degradation. Additionally, the community and council recently re-emphasized its commitment and passion for environmental stewardship in the city's first strategic plan. The Growth Management Act envisioned that cities within the GMA border would provide modern municipal services. The Issaquah is moving in the direction of becoming a larger city with a more urbanized environment, not the opposite. And the city desires to provide equitable service to all the residents. The first set of slides discusses options for funding sewer extensions. Funding alternatives provide council with options for financing sewer extensions. First, there's a local improvement district, which would require all property owners to begin paying assessments upon completion of an extension. For city capital projects, options include the city funds the entire amount, city pays a portion and residents pay a portion, or a city recaptures all funds from the residents. For options C and D, where costs are distributed to property owners, there are recapture alternatives. Use of alternative 2, to pay over time if early hookup within the first 3 years after construction requires a municipal code change for incentive for early hookup. Currently, our code allows recapture costs to be assessed to properties upon hookup. If residents elect to not hook up right away, residents would be required to test their systems in accordance with the current and future codes if they don't want to hook up. If systems fail or are found to be in pre-failure, they would be required to hook up at that time. Proposed changes relating to on-site septic system inspection is described in the next set of slides. This set of slides discusses inspection criteria to ensure private systems are functioning adequately, and if needed, proper maintenance occurs or connection to a municipal sewer system takes place. Why update the code? Currently, not all systems are being inspected, and there is no standard procedure for performing the inspections of private drain fields. Early identification allows for capital planning to extend sewers if needed to correct conditions. It provides proactive maintenance of a private system, and it allows replacement in a reserve area if available. The focus of the proposed code changes will be for all septic systems within the city, not just areas adjacent to sewer. And it will focus on drain field inspections. Here's a map of the city of Issaquah with all the septic systems that we are aware of. This includes areas within the Sammamish Plateau Water District, which is out of our service area. And all these properties would be impacted by the code changes. So currently, this Issaquah Municipal Code states that connections to the sanitary sewer system required for parcels with structures with sewer mains fronting their property or utility easements would be allowed unless waived in accordance with IMC 1380-040. The waiver is allowed for every 3 years if sewer is available and systems are functioning. Systems are inspected in accordance with King County Health Department rules. The King County Health Department requirement is to measure the depth of sludge in septic tanks and perform visual observations on the surface. Key points: the system inspections are currently only required if sewer is considered available per IMC 1332-030. No requirement to test drain field for functionality, which is responsible for treatment of disposal of sewage. So the proposed change to the municipal code would provide broader inspection requirements. It will include areas that cannot currently connect. Also includes properties within Sammamish Plateau Water and Sewer District. Every system would be required to be inspected every 3 years, which is standard. An initial inspection would be required 6 months of sewer availability. It would require a more rigorous inspection protocol, which provides documented evidence of systems at time of inspection to maintain adequate records. It would allow us to identify any damage and schedule for repair and follow-up inspection if repair is needed. It would also require a dye test of the septic system, which would be a 5-day monitoring period during the wet season. This includes a charcoal test, downgrading of the drain field to verify whether a dye is discharging to the surface, and visual inspection for 5 days to see whether dye is present. The test would occur when groundwater is at the highest to ensure sewage isn't discharging to surface without treatment. And the inspection would be performed by a licensed septic maintainer. This would be a change of condition, not allowing homeowners to complete the inspection. So this would require a lot of community engagement because it affects a big portion of the community. As part of the code revision, we want to hear from the people that would be affecting. We'd let people know about the proposed code changes regarding sewer inspection requirements through a letter, through website updates, and through social media. We would provide an open house where residents can provide their input for the proposed code change. So here's a summary of the proposed code changes. Existing is on the left and proposed is on the right. Currently, there's only inspection is where public sewer is available, and we would require it citywide. The timing is currently every 3 years, and we require it every 3 years during the wet season. Who can perform the inspection? Currently, residents or licensed maintainers, and we would require it to be licensed maintainers. Requirement is for a visual inspection, but we'd require that to include a dye test of the drain field and thorough documentation and reporting. And then the duration is currently 1 time, and we'd require it for a 5-day period. And we are focusing this on all systems in the city and to focus on the drain fields. The final section is about Sycamore engagement. In this part of the presentation, I'll show a history of events that help explain why we're evaluating the extension of sewer in the Sycamore neighborhood. The goal of engagement in the last few months has been to ensure the city has heard from a majority within the neighborhood and to answer any questions that residents had. So here's a timeline of the Sycamore and the Lewis Lane neighborhoods. Sycamore was platted in 1966, and most homes were built between 1966 and 1980. 2 environmental impact studies were performed in 1980 and 2003 to extend sewers. In 2003, the conclusions were impacts of the proposed sewer extension project would have a negligible and a measurable effect on existing environmental conditions, including but not limited to flooding of Issaquah Creek, water quality, stormwater runoff, traffic, etc. The proposed sewer extension would not increase the planned growth or residential density allowed in the Sycamore neighborhood. The city's comprehensive plan and existing zoning regulations establish the development potential of the neighborhood.
Could you say that, start that whole sentence again?
Yeah, the proposed sewer extension would not increase the planned growth or residential. Okay, sorry. So those are 2 points. Yeah.
We'll go ahead and go through the presentation, and if there's a question, okay, during public comment, we'll speak up. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, I'll repeat it. Impacts of the proposed sewer extension project would have a negligible and immeasurable effect on existing environmental conditions, including, but not limited to, flooding of Issaquah Creek, water quality, stormwater runoff, traffic, etc. And then the second bullet, the proposed sewer extension would not increase the planned growth or residential density allowed in the Sycamore neighborhood. The city's comprehensive plan and existing zoning regulations establish the development potential of the neighborhood. In 1994, King County Health Department wrote a letter recommending sewer extension into Lewis Lane and Sycamore Drive. And in 1996 and 1997, sewer inspections were performed in Upper Sycamore, Lower Sycamore, and Lewis Lane. 58 lots were inspected, 23 were in pre-failure mode, meaning dispersion of wastewater occurred but no treatment. Periodic sewer extensions were performed between 1995 and 2001. One was constructed by a resident in Upper Sycamore, and the city performed 2 in Lewis Lane and Lower Sycamore, and the city's extensions were due to failing systems. For context, an average septic system life is for 20 to 30 years by industry standard. An example of a typical drain field is shown for reference, constructed in 1975 and lasting for 30 years. And recently, we've begun discussions again with the neighborhood about extending sewer in the community. So here is a map of Sycamore, tilted on its side. Front Street is to the left. And it shows 67 lots currently do not have sewer available in Sycamore, 16 of which are in vacant lots, which are yellow and blue. The blue are areas that are environmentally restricting for allowing development. Areas on sewer are shown in red, and that includes the extension by the developer, Sycamore Knoll, as well as Lower Sycamore that was constructed by the city. It also includes an extension of sewer for a plat from the foothills, and that's the Sycamore 10, which is the bottom one. And that was constructed in 1999. So that brings us to present engagement. In November, we had an open house on November 13th in 2018. The meeting was attended by about half the residents of the neighborhood. Although we received very valuable information from the neighborhood, not all the residents were able to attend the meeting. We wanted everyone to have the opportunity to weigh in on the subject. Since November, City sent 3 letters to Sycamore property owners, including the postcard requesting individual meetings and social media outreach. We met individually to discuss the idea of sewer extension and to answer any questions residents had. The goal of the individual interviews was to ensure the city heard from a majority within the neighborhood, to help the city understand the situation from a resident's perspective in order to better understand the needs and wants of the entire neighborhood. So here is that same map, and the private lots were removed, and this shows the people that we contacted. We met with 21 property owners representing 25 lots. That's about 37% of the property was engaged. Purple are people who are either neutral or for the idea of sewer extension. However, some of the neutral people said that they would hook up immediately if sewer was available, and that was about 40% of the people that we spoke with. Orange is 60%, and those were the people that were opposed to sewer. This does include owners of currently undeveloped lots. So what did we hear? The people who interacted with the city are passionate about their neighborhood and this topic. Relating to development, there was concerns of new development will change the character of the community. There was fears that sewers will allow property owners to develop in accordance with the current zoning laws, and that development may cause negative environmental impacts, such as removal of trees, traffic, and flooding. There is people who are concerned about the cost. Sewer installation costs may be passed down to the property owners. There's worry about the increased property taxes versus fixed income, and many people said their systems are working. Also, people don't want the city to make decisions without the neighborhood's consent. Others want sewer. Some are in need of it, have old systems that are not working adequately. Some have no adequate reserve area, and some have vacant lots that want to build a home. There was a concern with environmental degradation of inadequately treated sewage, and we heard this from people in both groups. So in summary, we reached out, we researched sewer extension funding options with a recommendation to include opportunity for early hookup incentive, payment over time with hookup within 3 years of construction, and allow a deferred hookup and payment if system is working adequately, unless inspection shows the system is in pre-failure or failure mode. We researched inspection criteria with the recommended code changes for who, how, what, and when a system is inspected. For Sycamore engagement, we had an open house and performed individual interviews with residents in the neighborhood. So the next steps, we'll draft city code revisions regarding funding alternatives for sewer extensions and private on-site septic inspection requirements based off of council recommendations. The schedule for community engagement and code revisions will be July 2019. A letter will go out to all residents in the city who are on septic. In August, there will be an open house on proposed code changes. And in September, we'll provide our recommended code changes to council. Consideration of extending sewers in Sycamore is in the 2020 through 2025 CIP, and that will occur later tonight. So we are at the end of the presentation. Council will be considering feedback and proposed code changes regarding funding alternatives, options for sewer extensions, and council preferences, and inspection requirements. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And that goes to...
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
There we go.
Are there questions from council? Councilmember Hunt?
Thank you. I did have a few questions. First, the pre-failure and failure, would that be determined by the licensed professional that does the inspection, those categories?
That's correct, and King County Health.
Okay. And aside from the approximate age of the septic systems in Sycamore, do we have information about the status of the septic systems currently?
King County Health keeps records, and some systems have been updated recently. Some are still using their original systems. And so the best information we have is from the 1996 and 1997 inspection reports, and then any new reports that were provided to King County.
Okay, so not recent.
Nothing recent that we did, no.
Okay. And then regarding the connection waivers, what does it currently require to get a connection waiver? And then would you be required to do the same testing if you applied for and received a connection waiver under the proposed code changes?
Yeah, so there wouldn't be a waiver anymore. The reason to complete this and make more of a stringent sewer code requirement would be to help the city plan for sewer extensions. So we would require it from all people who are on septic. And this would allow us to help have more preventative maintenance. And then if extension is needed in the future, it would allow us to plan ahead.
Okay, thank you. And then also, you did show that map showing the areas, not just in Sycamore, there are some other places in the city that have septic.
Absolutely, there's quite a bit.
And so I wondered if you could explain a bit more about how many properties outside of Sycamore are not on septic, or approximately, and then also options for those residences, and then has outreach also been extended to those residences outside of Sycamore?
Good question. Do you mind if I go back in the slides to that? Just a little ways back there. There it is. Okay, so a good portion is up in the Sammamish Plateau Water District, and that includes the Overdale community, which is the largest concentration of areas on septic. It includes areas along Newport and then along SR 900. And no, we have not communicated with those residents yet. That would be part of the next step, depending on where council wants to go with inspection criteria and then funding alternatives. We'll then reach out to the community that would be affected and bring them in for an open house.
And did you say how many approximate parcels or
I think it's about 400. I didn't do the actual hard count, but there are a few that we know that are not shown on this map, including a few in South Cove and a few other areas. So it's not a perfect map, but we are working on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Ray?
Oh, just a couple. What's the timeline for bringing an ordinance forward to council?
That would be a question for Sheldon. Yeah.
The timeline would be September 2019,
Okay.
would be bringing something in front of council for their consideration and code changes for both funding alternatives as well as the inspection code changes.
I guess if I had read that, I would have seen that. Thank you. What are the drivers for doing this now, or why are we doing it, and why are we doing it now?
In terms of the inspection requirements,
Taking sewer to Sycamore.
Sycamore sewer extension, we've approached it 3 or 4 times in the past 30 years, and systems aren't getting any better. People do replace our systems here and there, and many people would say that their systems are working fine. However, systems do not last forever. So we can wait another 20 years, but we might be in a different conversation at that point. So we want to be preemptive in our evaluation and moving forward to make sure that systems aren't failing and we aren't causing issues, and that people have the opportunity to hook up if the option is available to them.
And you showed the chart that showed people who opposed and people who were neutral or supportive.
Mm-hmm.
What was the break on that? Was it about
It was 40-60,
60 opposed?
correct.
You?
Excuse me, we're going to continue, and then we will get to the point of public comment, and if you're coming up to give a public comment, you can speak at that time.
And
you.
just to clarify, that was the people that reached out to us in the letters. So that's as far as we could get in terms of information.
And then kind of looking forward, and this is might be a little bit too forward looking, but since the residents up on the hill who are served by Sam Platte Water don't receive water services from us, what would be the complexity or the issues around providing sewer to those neighborhoods? Sheldon?
If the council passes legislation that requires the testing of systems throughout the city, the complexities in dealing with the water district are that if we're starting to see signs of pre-failure or failures, we would have to have conversations with the district about capital planning, and they would be the ones responsible for how they deal with the funding alternatives for their system, as well as working with the residents in the areas that are affected. It would be a conversation with the district, but the management of the inspection program and so forth would still reside within the City of Issaquah staff.
Great, thanks. And then just, that was my last question, and then just a request. Let us know when the open house is scheduled. Might be interesting to listen in.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you. Matt, do we have any idea what are these inspections cost?
Yeah, that's a good question. I have that. About $800. It's about, we're estimating, it wouldn't be a 5 full days of inspection. It would be an inspector would come by periodically, like one time during the day, and verify if there's dye on the surface or not. And then it would require submittal of the carbon to a testing facility, and I got a quote for that, about $50. So
And then what does the enforcement part of the code look like?
we would have to write that as well.
So has there been discussion about how we would enforce? And if somebody wasn't in compliance with, for example, testing?
Right now, the way we do it is we work with the parties to get them to test their systems if the sewer is available. And we've had pretty good success in just working with people to get the testing done. There have been times when we've had to involve code enforcement, but it's been pretty much a letter. We haven't ever had to give them a citation or anything like that. We've pretty much been able to get compliance just with some verbal conversation, and then if we needed to, which is very rare, a letter from the code enforcement officer.
But it involves the potential citation process like we would in other situations?
It would,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks.
Councilmember Welsh.
So it sounds like because all of these properties are within the boundaries of the city, but across two different water providers, we're talking about code that would have inspection requirements, which would apply to all, but the funding alternatives, would that only apply to the ones that are in the Issaquah water provider?
That's correct. The funding alternatives that would be adopted by the city council would only apply to those that are hooking up to your utility. The Sammamish Plateau Board of Commissioners has the legislative authority and funding authority for their utility. Your legislation won't control their ability to fund or not fund a project.
Okay, and yet let me see if I can get this correct. Our inspection requirements would potentially say that you have to come out every 3 years during the wet periods, all of those details, but don't necessarily, what happens if one of those that are on Sammamish Plateau water is going into failure? Is there a push requirement to get onto sewer?
Well, if they're going into failure and they're pre-failure, one of the benefits of doing these inspections is it identifies the problem early enough, hopefully, to where they might be able to do a repair on site and not have to worry about getting a sewer extended to them. I think the sewer extensions are on the extreme need, if it's needed, to come into a community that you're starting to see multiple issues with pre-failures or failures. Then the agencies should be starting to look at doing an extension. But the first and foremost is these inspections allow a property owner and the municipality to see, okay, now we're getting into a place where, yeah, they need to do some repairs. We need to make sure they're getting done and done in accordance with code. And if that's not available, then we would work with them for options, or work with the Sammamish Plateau for options on how to address the situation.
Okay, so it sounds like on newer construction, like you might see up near the Sammamish Plateau area, they're maybe not closer to failure, and so might not need sewer.
The newer construction up on the plateau is on sewer. It's not on septic, the newer construction.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the map for the Sammamish Plateau unsewered area, and
Right, and that area is primarily the Overdale neighborhood, constructed many years ago. And then an area to the north and west of there that has not redeveloped yet, and is on large parcels of land that typically have plenty of reserve area associated with it. So that's the primary area that this code change would affect.
okay, thank you.
Great. I just had a question on next steps. So we've got, if I'm understanding that correctly, we've got the letter going out in July. Then we have the open house proposed for August, and then the recommended code coming back in September. But the other residents that are outside of Sycamore, that would be the first time that they would get information about this would be in July?
That's correct.
Okay, and would there be an alternative, since it's August and a lot of people are on vacation, to address any questions, that kind of thing, if they can't make the open house?
Yeah, we'll have the opportunity to use social media and our website to provide comment, as well as the open house.
There's nothing that's driving the September date, if that needed to?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. I was just going to say, if we needed to ensure that we're getting good response from the proposed changes, we could always delay the September date.
Okay, okay, thank you. Are there other council questions? Councilmember Goodman?
Well, I think before the comment, I just wanted to make a comment and a request that I think you provided a lot of information that wasn't in the packet. And so assuming that this goes forward and we have another packet that we're looking at, I would ask that all the information be provided. So for example, what you read was good information that we had to repeat, and there was just a lot of commentary in here that we didn't have the opportunity to have in our packet.
Okay,
And the public doesn't have access to it either.
fair enough.
Anything else? Councilmember Hunt?
The 3-year inspection timeline, is that based on EPA, or is that based on a specific source?
That's King County, or I'm sorry, that's Department of Health requirement, is the 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, now we'll move on to public comment. And I'm just, again, we've got a full agenda tonight. I wanted to first of all start by thanking everyone that I see out in the audience for coming and speaking and just being here tonight. That's really important to everyone on council, I know. Again, if you might consider identifying a spokesperson, and if you agree with the comment, please feel free to raise your hand. That way council can see if you're supporting what the speaker is saying. And comments will be limited to 3 minutes. So if there's anyone who would like to speak, do you want to raise your hand? That would be fantastic. You can just make your way up to the podium, and if you would like to share your name with council, that's helpful, but it's optional.
My name's Terry Agnew. I've lived in Sycamore since 1986. I was one of the folks that had my system looked at, supposedly my drain field, and the person said, well, you're in pre-fail. And I said, well, why am I in pre-fail? He said, because of those weeds over there that seem to say pre-fail. I got a letter that said, but I later realized my drain field's over there. Your pre-fail inspection's over here. That was my thought. And I then checked with 2 of my neighbors, which may identify themselves in time, and they ran across the same thing. Well, I then attended a course taught by Richard Below, and I may be misspelling it, but he taught us about drain fields, septic systems, and everything. His point of view is this, that septic systems are here to stay if you take care of them. They can do a better job than any municipal system. Now, I'm not advocating that everything he said was right, but what he tried to point out, that you can take care of your septic systems if you do it right. And then he pointed out septic systems that are still around in the area by treating them correctly. Now, part of his point was this, if you've got the space, and you can do a septic system, it is very good for the soil. But people have to build sewers because they get in a higher density situation. So there are 2 sides. Now, if you have an analogy, if you've got a car that's got a failing water pump, you want to fix that right away. So no one's against, I don't think anyone is against checking and repairing and then fitting into a situation if we have to. But no one wants to be put into a situation if it's not correct. I want to say again, I want to compliment Matt Ellis when he came out to visit me. He was very professional, very patient with me, and I would say patience is a virtue. So much for that.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm Bill McNeil. I've been a resident in Sycamore for 39 years. I think the council needs to understand that a number of us have a real question about how this all came up. And it's interesting to note that it came up immediately after the mayor's aide's boyfriend bought 2 lots in Sycamore that are not on sewer and cannot get septic because of their location. At the open house meeting, she was asked the staff to introduce everybody in the room from the city. Her aide was 10 feet away. I was standing next to the mayor, aide's there. Never identified. When we sent a letter to the mayor, her response, questioning what's going on here, the mayor's response was, well, I don't have a vote or a say. At that same meeting, the mayor told a resident of Sycamore that if her sales system was in failure, their house would be condemned, straight up. That's a falsehood. Doesn't bring up the options of holding tank systems, mound systems, the other alternatives available. This information that was given to us tonight, we're not given in advance, and we're supposed to process all that information and say, yeah, okay. And then you've got this timeline that's moving ahead during summer vacation time. This really doesn't feel like the Issaquah that cares about its citizens. You will find that a number of us have a very strong fear that our systems are fine. Mine was designed with a factor of 5 failure, okay, against failure, just down the road type of thing, and I fully agree with maintenance, et cetera, is viable. I'm sorry. I'm a little emotional here, so I'm trying to keep it down and nice and not say what I really feel. How many feel like that? Okay. We're feeling a little bit railroaded.
Okay.
Okay.
We're just about to the end of
But
the
why
3
weren't we
minutes, so I'll
provided
just
with
let you
any of this
summarize.
technical information? Why weren't we given that in advance of this meeting so that we could come in here prepared to tell you people what we've learned? Once again, we're already talking about other approaches to this, and there's the economics of it, okay? There's a whole bunch more I'd like to say, but you're telling me my 3 minutes are up, and hopefully others will take up with it.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I'm John Meisner. I've been a resident since 2001. I just wanted to say that my wife is not here, and the reason she isn't here is that she has so little faith in the city government now as she's had in the federal government, and it's really disheartening. And I think that a lot of these people feel like we're just being bulldozed into this situation, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. A lot of hands being raised right now.
That was in your, we agree.
Yes, in agreement. Thank you.
Hi there. So, sorry about that. My name's Scott Foster. My family moved into the neighborhood just a year ago, so we don't have nearly the experience that a lot of people here today have. And I can just tell you that we moved into a neighborhood full of wonderful people, just absolutely wonderful people who feel different about this issue. And we happen to be on the other side of the fence. We live in a lot that's not an acre. It doesn't have excess area. We've got a septic system that's 40 years old. We're part of the kind of, well, it seems like there's a lot of newer, younger families moving into town. We've got 4 little ones. So our house does a lot of laundry. And we're right by the creek. And we've had it tested. We've had it, a septic, the name escapes me now, it's designer, come and basically tell us, you've got no solution here. You can't do remodel, you can't do new construction, you have nothing, okay? Sewer would help us a great deal. And I completely understand why some people would look at it differently and say, it's gonna mean another house gets built on my street. That may be true, And that may impact the feel of the neighborhood, but I can tell you that sewer for us would mean a new home. And so I look at it slightly differently as a direct impact on the benefits for us. And that's kind of another perspective on the issue, and I've got no political bent whatsoever. I'm just looking at the facts. And so, we encourage you to please review what you've got in front of you. It's so thoughtfully put out by Matt and team and Sheldon, who we've sat down with. So just thank you. Thank you for your evaluation and consideration. And, we're always available if you've got questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hand raised.
Good evening, all. Dick Ferrarini. I've lived in Sycamore for 40 years. I bought a home which was 10 years old. It had a septic system in it when I got it, and it still does. And it works just fine. And so I think that some of the initial correspondence, although my initial correspondence with the city was that, heck, we're just looking for some information and we're not going to do anything that you don't want to do. So I thought that was a pretty good idea. The whole point of this is that we've presupposed in the correspondence, and it's gone from septic systems fail, they fail, after 20 to 40 years to now it's 30 years, which means that everybody in my generation that got here 40 years ago or thereabouts is living with not a pre-fail system, but a failed system. And that's a lie. It's not a failed system. Are you beeping me out?
I'm sorry, I'm having a problem with this. So could you?
So am I.
If you want to take another minute and wrap
Sure.
up. Thanks. Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that.
I think the point of this is this gentleman who just spoke before me was earnest in his assessment, because when I arrived, I had 3 children. My wife and I had never used a septic system before, and my wife's idea of getting it all done was to turn the washing machine on and turn the dishwasher on, take a shower, sit down, have a cigarette, and read the paper. In the meantime, it wasn't being good to our septic system at all. So if you have 3 or 4 children, and you can do showers at night, do your laundry at a certain time during the day, and then use your water system, in another way, you're not living on a sewer, you're living on a septic system. And I think the city's correspondence with us has actually thrown a bit of fear into people. I'm living with a failed septic system. That's a damn lie. It isn't failed. Parts of it have failed. The D-box, the distribution box, and I don't know whether this gentleman with 4 children and all the laundry understands what he's got there. Do you know you have a distribution box? Do you know how it works? How you can change your system from 1 or 2 runs to 3 or 4? Can you monitor your laundry and that sort of thing so you work it properly with a septic system? I had a filter that failed. It's changed. The distribution box has been changed twice. It's like having a sewer problem that's fixed. The septic system hasn't failed and may not in the next 20 years if you take care of it properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're in the air.
My name is April Foster, and I'm the wife of the man who got up and spoke about our 4 children. And just to set a few things straight, we've actually met with a number of people who have taught us about using our septic system, and we space out our laundry and our showers and all of that stuff. However, we're not able to make any improvements to our house because we do not have the space for another drainage field. And like my husband said, we have talked with septic designers and spent a lot of money looking into this. Our home is in the floodplain, and because of past damage and water damage and all kinds of things, it's rotting in many places from the bottom up. We have significant mold damage, which we spent almost $100,000 fixing so that our children have a safe place to live. And I mean, it really has been that bad. And there are a lot of other problems. Because we live with the creek behind us, we're not able to do a single thing. We cannot raise our home out of the floodplain. We cannot technically get a permit to do any kind of remodeling that we would like to do. My husband already spoke about some of our opinions, and I want to reiterate how much we really love and appreciate our neighbors and being in this neighborhood. I also would like to share a few comments from other residents of Sycamore that I have texted with and called, spent actually a lot of time with on the phone today, who cannot be here. They've told me I could share their names. The Cullen family has said that they are very interested in sewer, primarily because they're concerned about environmental impacts of septic and also remodeling that they would need to do. Julia Valvani has said that they would really like to have sewer. She lives a couple houses down from me. Tony and Jenny Butts just spent, they said, $70,000 replacing their septic system, and they wanted to be clear that most of that cost was not the cost of the system, it was everything you have to do to bring it in, including consulting with designers in King County and all of that stuff, and that even though they just spent all that money to hook up, they would love to have sewer come in. Tony is also a real estate, residential real estate person, the word's escaping me, and he said conservatively he thought that bringing in sewer, even if you never hooked up, would increase your property value by at least 5%. And you know, he said there's a lot of misconceptions about just bringing it in, that it's not going to require most residents to hook up, it's not forcing most people into anything, and so I appreciated his opinion and what he shared with me, and that they've allowed me to share their names, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello. My name is Linda Head. I've lived in Sycamore a number of years. That was quick.
Go again. I'm so sorry.
Let me start by saying when we had our first meeting in November, the huge outpouring from Sycamore, big showing at this initial meeting, and there were 2 people who wanted sewer, and the rest very adamant we didn't want sewer. And we were assured at that meeting that there was no interest in sewer in Sycamore, it wasn't going to go any further. And then we start getting letters that, oh, we're going to investigate, we're going to do studies, we're going to check it out. But the initial meeting, everybody said, no, we don't want it. It's going to be a huge expense. Our systems are well and good. Couple concerns. One of the names mentioned of somebody who wants to bring sewer in is so she can take her lot and subdivide it and build another home and make some money. And that is a big concern with Sycamore. If you've ever driven through Sycamore, we have large lots. If sewer comes in, people could subdivide, and the feeling of our neighborhood would be completely gone and changed. Because where you have a big lot, it could be 2 homes. My lot could probably be 4 homes with sewer coming in. And you'd have a lot of new homes being built. Completely change our older, lovely neighborhood. The other question I have is, how do you bring sewer in without crossing the creek? And I don't know the studies that would have to be done and the amount of money that would have to be spent to bring sewer under the creek. I mean, it's a salmon-bearing creek. I can't imagine the environmental studies and what they would cost and what they would mean. So the expense is going to be huge, and I have a fear that we would then be forced to hook up to sewer for people who can't afford it. It's a huge expense, and it's going to cost the city a lot of money. It's going to cost us, the residents, a lot of money. And if you want to protect the creek, how do you do that without destroying it, bringing in the sewer. Anyway, I'd like the city to really look at the cost, the expense for people who don't want this to happen. The majority, I guess I should say, don't want it to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Many hands were raised during those comments.
Good evening. My name's Mike Winkler. I've lived in Sycamore for 23 years, and I love Sycamore. I raised my children there, both as a family with my wife and then as a single dad with my kids, and I couldn't imagine a better Camelot for my children anywhere, to be honest, including Issaquah. Issaquah is that kind of city to me. When I first moved in Sycamore in 1996, I was immediately hit with King County trying to do a study telling me that they believed that all the systems were failing and they were going to force sewer on us. I was the one guy in the report, if you go back and read it, who refused them access to my property because I felt like they were being disingenuous since they told me the outcome before the study was completed. So I didn't like that. However, I'm a pragmatist, and I'm not objecting to sewer. I'm objecting at this point just simply to the process. There's been no cost estimates provided to any resident in Sycamore. There's been no mechanism for payment to any resident in Sycamore. I do understand that if my septic fails, the cost to get it mitigated could be prohibitive to me, and that a sewer would be more attractive from the standpoint of having it on some sort of LID or participation with the city so that the cost would be remediated and I would have a much lower cost per month over a 15-year period or so. So I'm not objecting from the money standpoint because I think having a septic fail would be much more deleterious to me and my family than having sewer come in from a cost basis. But there's so many unknowns that the city has failed to provide at this point based on cost, based on timing. I mean, just you folks on the city council, and I appreciate your service, you've asked some really good questions and you didn't get great answers. And it's no offense to Matt or any of the team. I think they're doing the best job they can. But if you're asking about how does this affect Overdale Park and other things, and are we really going to try and make a code enforcement change by September, and we're just now almost in July and starting without having talked to those folks, to me, the process is a little bit flawed. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a deep breath, taking our time. We're talking about 2020 to 2025. There's no reason to go any further in terms of the enforcement codes change or any of the other aspects until we have a good basis. I suspect if you actually sat down and had a comprehensive presentation with the Sycamore residents, even the naysayers, if they understood the true costs, understood how it can be spread out over time, might not object so fervently. And even if they did, and it came in, a concurrent change, throwing one loop in there, a concurrent change to some of the zoning issues could benefit the reception that you would get in Sycamore. There is a fear that sewer would bring growth. Sycamore really can't sustain much growth. We practically get run over every day by traffic as it is. So bottom line is that the homework needs to be complete. It's incomplete at this point. The studies have been inadequate. I've never spoken on this issue before to the city or participated in any of the meetings. I've read the materials, and there's really not much to read. There's no facts. There's a lot of supposition and a lot of feeling kind of comments. The other thing is that I'd like to know who's going to pay for these inspections. Are you going to require the residents to pay for them? Because, by the way, $800, I'm in real estate. I've managed 10,000 contracts in the last 11 years as a firm. I'm almost done. As a principal broker for a major firm in real estate in Puget Sound. $800, if you can get that would be amazingly inexpensive. It costs the average resident somewhere between $1,200 and $1,800 when they convey a property that's been for sale to a new homeowner, the cost to the seller. So inspections are performed on properties now. So again, I think we're short on facts and we need a little bit more study, and I don't think taking the time to do it would hurt anybody. You get a lot more buy-in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Many hands were raised throughout the comments.
My name is Bruce McDonald. I have to lower this mic, or you guys not going to be able to see me. But we've lived in Sycamore now since 1969, one of the original residents in Sycamore. And, people buy into that neighborhood because of the uniqueness and the semi-private nature of it. And one thing or another, we had CC&Rs, that actually prevented some of the things that people that are brand new to the neighborhood haven't paid any attention to the CCRs. People are building fences, it prohibits us from doing that, many, many things. And sewers, in spite of what people say, I truly agree with what Mike said as far as there's not been enough study, there's not been enough people pay attention to really what goes on. The uniqueness of our neighborhood does not need more growth. And because of the huge lots, being able to subdivide, somebody made the comment that there was only 5 lots without sewer, or in other words, were going to be affected, and 2 of them were caused by what they were talking about, where the assistant to the mayor's boyfriend bought the 2 lots, and of course all this stuff started taking place. And we really want the uniqueness of our neighborhood protected. As Mike says, that road will not stand any more growth. The city doesn't even take care of some of the things that we've asked for in striping the thing, trying to get people to move their borders back away from the street. The thing is so narrow because many, many bushes have grown over. Property people are not keeping those paired. Right, somebody is going to get killed in that neighborhood now because of the people running up and down the road there at an excessive growth or excessive speed. So putting more houses in there, putting more residents in there, is just not satisfactory. And I'm adamantly opposed to growth. I'm not adamantly opposed to sewers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any hands were raised during those comments as well. Connie.
So I don't live in Sycamore, but I have been hearing this Sycamore conversation cyclically for the last 25 years. It pops up over and over and over again. So I've also been listening to the city's strategic plan, and one of the things that we want to, in theory, to do is find out the neighborhood character and what is valuable in each of these areas. And to me, this seems like a prime example to go into that neighborhood character conversation rather than just be a standalone sewer conversation. Because it could be sewer availability with a zoning that mandates a certain lot size. And so then you might be able to have the best of both worlds. But I don't think you can do it in a patchwork manner. It needs to be a holistic conversation with the entire neighborhood to understand how most people can get what they need and keep the value of a very signature neighborhood in our town. Having heard it so many times, it's like Overdale Park coming and saying, oh, you want to connect our streets again. And so one of these days, we're going to have to listen and actually solve the problem so they don't have to show up by the 50 every 5 years. And so that would mean success to me if we can figure out this year and next year how to make it so these people don't have to gather and be outraged every 5 years. Thank you.
I didn't want to speak, but I will. Heidi Foos. I've lived in the neighborhood since 1972. Somebody else can do the math on that. And I've been a homeowner there since 2000. The only failing sewage type system that we've been aware of has been a series of homes that are currently connected to sewer. There's probably 2 or 3 of them that are in question because you can't really tell where it comes from, but they all are on a sewer pump system that pumps up and over to the foothills. And that's where every summer, cyclically, at least once a year, you can smell some black water issues. And I've never smelled that from anybody who's on septic. I've only smelled that there from and I don't know which home it is, maybe it's all of them, but they're all on a pump system. So my understanding is if sewer comes to Sycamore, about 50% of the homes are probably going to have to be on some type of a pump system to pump their sewage up to the street level to get it to the sewer. And if pumps don't work, we don't want the neighborhood to become a smelly mess. Septic's working. We don't need the sewer. The other issue is the building code. If the sewer is coming in strictly for reducing the building code so we can build more homes, we need to preserve the neighborhood feel and look. So most of the neighborhoods were built on homes that are one home to 15,000 square feet of property, about. I think mine is 15,000. I think there are some that are more, there are some that are slightly less, but that's the average. So if the current building code is one home per 9,000 foot, that's a lot different look and feel. And that's not what Sycamore was built on. So the building code would have to be changed first so that homes could not be built closer together than the current look and feel of about 15,000. Maybe you could go down to 14,000 or maybe even 13,000, whoever has the smallest older home that was originally built, but let's not go down to the 9,000 square foot level. That's a newer accommodation. And then the other thing is, I think we happen to own a second home in King County that is on sewer. It is not in Issaquah district, it's in unincorporated King County. Sewer costs a lot more than what anybody here has even realized. First of all, you have to connect to this, probably the homeowner would be responsible for helping lay the sewer. And then we would have to help connect to the sewer from our home, pump it up. And then the ongoing cost. At our other home, we pay 3 times more per month than we do in Sycamore currently without sewer. So the simple fact that sewer exists is going to be 3 to 4 to 5 or more. There is one homeowner neighbor we know in Sycamore who paid over $1,000 last year for their water bill in the summer just because they watered their lawn once or twice. You pay for what goes out of the sewer. What comes into your water, you pay for what goes out, even if it actually goes into the ground. Sewer is going to cost us a lot more.
Thank you for your comments. And if everyone again could raise their hands if they're in agreement, that helps council understand, and then I will. Lots of hands being raised right now. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey there, I'm Katie Cannon. I hate public speaking and confrontation, so if I throw up everywhere, forgive me. So anyway, just one thing in terms of the historical context of the neighborhood. Ruth Mole, who was a developer of the neighborhood with her husband, Marvin, Ruth recently passed away. She had shared with the group that the neighborhood was designed by Richard Hogg, who you may or may not know was the fellow who laid out Gasworks Park and the Blodell Reserve. So in terms of what the value that the neighborhood brings, I mean, that's kind of a cool thing to see trashed by expanded development. So it would be wonderful to see that preserved by keeping sewer out or changing the code for the neighborhood. Also, I just wanted to say with regard to the open house and what we had heard there, the mayor had said there that we were there to take the temperature of the room, and if people say they don't want sewer in Sycamore, that will be the end of it. Well, I was kind of surprised to hear that because in a conversation that I had with her at a dinner, she said to me, this is happening, why not have a say in how it happens? And personally, I found that was a little odd that early in the process, and given all that's been kind of revealed through this, it just doesn't sit right with me. So just throwing that out there. Heart beating fast conflict. And then with regards to the environment, I'd heard from another neighbor who had worked in the city at one point that the water quality actually improved as it flowed through Sycamore. So I'd be curious to see what kind of water quality testing is available and how that changes, as to when it comes into the neighborhood as to when it goes out. And also, let's see, I'd like to see some comparisons too. I know that Matt had said that the that the impacts on the environment would be negligible, but I know there was one neighbor who lives on the creek who wanted to take a tree out, and she was not allowed to do so because it was a large tree that absorbed a lot of water, and that directly impacted what flowed into the creek. Well, if you develop on the creek, around the creek, you start talking about taking out huge trees. That's a large amount of water that suddenly flows downstream, not to mention the canopy of the trees that would be taken away that would cool the water that flows into the stream. So again, I'm not an environmental scientist, but just all of this, I just would be curious how it all balances out. So anyway, that's about all I have to say. I think everyone else covered my points, but thanks.
Thank you. Many hands in the air.
Hi, my name is Bob Whitbeck. I live in the Sycamore neighborhood. I also am a boat owner. I keep it down at Shoal Shoal and Ballard. Interesting thing happens every time it rains here. If I'm down at the boat at night, raw sewage gets pumped out at Shoal Shoal because of the overloaded sewer system. A lot of the sewer system around here is hooked up to the road drainage system. So when it rains, it floods and overwhelms the local sewer system, and then they're forced to just pump raw sewage into Puget Sound. So I think it's safe to say that septic systems that are operating are much, much better than hooking up to the sewer system, as good as it is, but it's flawed. And so we have to make a commitment to actually make the thing worse, to pour more raw sewage into Puget Sound if we're going to shut down the septic systems in Sycamore. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Rowan Hines, and I don't envy your position tonight. I've sat there many times. I've been a resident of Upper Sycamore for 47 years, and my daughter was right. It was 1972 when she spoke earlier. And I have to say that every few years, this process sort of repeats itself. And in my time on the council and as mayor, I still had the same problem. I do have one of the few unbuildable but vacant lots in Sycamore, and I will repeat here on the public record, I am not interested in developing the lot. That's my retirement. But I still had to do that every few years. It's just like clockwork. But I would suggest, the mayor said earlier that she's looking, we want to change the zoning to remove duplexes and clustered housing from the zoning code as it would apply to many areas, not just the Sycamore, but many of the city, because of the effect on the neighborhood. And I think that really needs to be done first before we do anything else here. Recognizing that Sycamore is about an 80-house cul-de-sac without lights, street lights, without curbs and gutters, and without sidewalks. And so the traffic is a problem. The undeveloped lots there, I don't think will have a significant effect on what we have there, as long as it's done properly. And I think that's key to that. So I would hope do the zoning first. Otherwise, take a deep breath, step back, and properly orchestrate how this is supposed to be done. It seems to be very chaotic to this point, unfortunately. And I don't know what that means before it goes into the CIP or after you put it in the CIP, but you need to look at what are the costs and the funding options so we can talk about that intelligently and not just express our frustrations. And I think last, be sure that it's done in a transparent manner. What happened in November, there were a lot of surprises at the meeting, and there was a lot of confusion, and the lack of transparency, I think, has added a lot to the heat, but not much to the light that's shed on this subject. So I know you have to move forward. You have public safety and health issues to worry about, and Lower Sycamore does have some issues, and I don't know what the answer is there, but please be sensitive to the neighborhood and what we have there. Thank you.
For your comments. Many hands were raised during those comments.
Hi, I'm Darren Solinsky. I moved into Sycamore neighborhood 4 years ago with my wife, Brooke, and our 2 young children. We happen to live on the creek in Lower Sycamore. Bought our home knowing full well that we were on septic, knew that we had to take good care of it, what the limitations were on being on septic. So I think education is important, which I think all of us neighbors who are on septic now know what we need to do to take care of it. What I want to speak to is more around the timeline of events that have occurred. We had the meeting in November. I remember specifically going up to Matt Ellis after that meeting. He was sitting at the bar having a beer, probably had a hard time after that first meeting. I asked him what happens next after seeing all the stickers that were put on the postcard that was there, where everyone was opposed to bringing sewer into Sycamore. What happens next? Around 2 months later, we're finding out that there's going to be a letter sent out and that we're going to have more information coming, that we're going to keep moving forward to get funding to do the research and do these meetings with folks. We go 20 years between the time that Sycamore was they're going to wanted to bring sewer to Sycamore. I don't understand why we have to move in a matter of months without being transparent, getting the information that we all need to make valid decisions, being transparent with the neighbors that are here that are passionate about it. I'm not saying that sewer isn't the best thing. I'm not. But I'm saying that you're moving in a matter of weeks, months, when it's been 20 years since the last time this came up. Why aren't we getting the information that we deserve? And furthermore, I want to say that there are unintended consequences, a lot of the decisions that are made, and bringing sewer into the neighborhood, I already know, Matt told me in my meeting, my one-on-one meeting, the interview, that municipal code cannot be changed. So if that's the case, and to remove the high-density housing from Sycamore, I was told that we aren't going to be able to do that. There are unintended consequences in bringing sewer into that neighborhood. More homes, more people, more trash, more everything, right? So just because you think sewer is the answer, it doesn't mean that it is. We could be far better off remaining on septic. I don't want to see it developed either. So I urge you to get the information yourselves to make more informed decisions, and I want us as neighbors, as residents of Sycamore, to be given the information. And last point I'll make, we were told that it wouldn't move forward if the people had spoken. We spoke again, and you put up the map of 60-40 people saying we still don't want it. And what are we talking about? Changing code over the next 3 months when other neighborhoods haven't even been told about this? You guys need to take your time, listen to the people, listen to us. Get educated on the facts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any hands raised during those comments as well?
Hi. My name is Myron Anderson, and co-owner in 3 lots that are in Sycamore that are currently undevelopable because you cannot put a septic tank drain field system on the size lots that we have. You know, in the old days when these lots were platted, 12,500 square feet was adequate for a septic tank drain field system. I'm a civil engineer, and that's what I do. But now the county has changed their regulations so that you need 100% set aside to allow you to put in a septic tank drain field system, which we don't have. So therefore, the lots, which we got, 25 years ago, something like that, we haven't been able to do anything with those lots. And I guess my contention is, and if I owned a lot that had an operable septic tank drain field system in Sycamore, I'd be right over here in this group. But that's not the case. We don't have that luxury of already being there. My contention is that there should be a system, we should be able to design a system which would serve those people that need and want and can benefit from sewers, and not and the people that don't want it not be required to hook up to it. I mean, that's simple enough. And, you know, that seems like that should make everybody happy. So that's it.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Bill Pop, and I'm a partner with Myron in the 3 lots. My address is 2020 Killarney Drive, Bellevue, Washington. And I would start out with just one basic observation. I went through the same drill in Sherwood Forest in Bellevue.
Do you mind just getting a little bit closer to the mic?
excuse me.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I was the president of the Sherwood Forest Community Club in 1967, 68, and we had 110, I think, single-family homes on septic, and about half a dozen of them were failing. And we just looked at the long-run situation. We were already at that time, we were careful about how we washed our clothes and what we used for detergent and so on. But it wasn't fair to the people in the lower areas, we all considered, to continue with our septic system and force them, ultimately, they might have had to leave. So we went ahead and did that, and this was over 40 years ago. Now, Sycamore is, some of these systems are 50 years old. And the dirt, the failure part of that is the drain field. So what do you do when your drain field has really become inoperable? You have to replace the whole thing. That can be very expensive. You know, it runs $20,000 to $40,000. So I kind of agree with what a lot of the people are saying here. They don't seem to have a cost sense for what this might be, and I think some good numbers or some round ballpark numbers on that count would be very helpful for this conversation. But there are going to be people in this subdivision that are having problems. We heard from one of them. And there's probably a number of others, and the people, they just won't come out and put up with all of the other people here. I mean, it's tough to come here and say that they're wrong and we're right. But I believe that in the interest of public health and quality of life, having a sewer system is far better than having to regulate how you operate your plumbing system.
I'm sorry, are you finished?
Yeah, but I didn't.
Oh, you still have just a few more minutes if you'd like to keep talking. I just want to make sure that everyone could hear.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's see, I had one other, federal, FHA requires, if you sell your house, they require that your tank be pumped, and that the person doing that pumping also is supposed to observe how your drain field works. So there are going to be people that are going to be faced with that problem, if not already. And they will wish that they had sewers. So, and also then, of course, the issue of 23 of 58 pre-failure homes.
I'm going to give you a chance to summarize. I really need everyone to be able to hear, so if we could keep everything quiet in the audience, and if you could summarize, sir, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. One final observation. 10 years ago, the area up around Crystal Creek Circle smelled bad in the wintertime. This is before the new developments came in. I suspect that that's still the same case in those areas where the tanks are failing. You can't help but have that odor pervade the area when groundwater is very high. So I believe that it's better for everyone in Sycamore to have a sewer system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm going to live in Sycamore.
Hey, is there anyone else who is looking to speak this evening? And again, if you could hold. If you could hold your comments, just so we could, so we can get through the meeting and everyone could hear, that would be great. Please go forward, and then you'll be up next. Thank you.
My name is Denise Whitbeck. I've lived in Sycamore since 2000. It's not Sycamore that stinks in the winter. Those last comments I just had to address, because it seems to me that the last gentleman was commenting to panic us all again for things that just aren't the case, and focused mainly on the sewer septic issue when it's not the entire package. There's a lot more involved here. The quality of life, as has been spoken to before, our neighborhood has a certain majestic character that we don't want to lose. We do have a lot of traffic already, and it's a rural roads that we have with no outlet, no sidewalks, has been mentioned before. There's a lot of things that need to be further studied, and I ask you, please slow down and give us clear, concise facts on costs, on the character of our neighborhood, on the size of the lots. It sounds to me that there's a rush for development. That's what it feels like. That's what feels like the bottom line is here. More development. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. There were many hands raised, and again, if you could raise your hand as opposed to clapping, that's just easier for everyone to hear. So, and just my concern is that everybody can hear all the comments, and for everyone who's watching on TV as well. Thank you so much.
My name is Michael Pierce. I have lived in Sycamore since '78. This is a list of questions that I've asked repeatedly and got no answers. How do I get the answers? That's the question.
So we will.
That's my statement. How do I get the answers to these questions that I ask repeatedly and get no answers? Matt?
If you would like to leave those with us, then we can follow up with you when we're done and get back to you. But if you'd like to make your comments during this time to the full council, that would be great.
That's the comment.
That's the comment. Okay.
I mean, this is talk, but it doesn't give us answers. And we haven't been able to get any answers since the beginning of the comment about residents who do not want, if we won't install sewers if the residents of Sycamore don't want it. That was the comment I've heard many times. But the way you're talking about this, it doesn't matter whether we want it or not. So that's the story. We still want the answers to the questions and
if you would like
more
to.
Detail.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, we have someone else approaching.
Hi, homeowner resident since 1983. I'm a numbers person. When I look at today's presentation, there is an unacceptable lack of quantitative information. We hope, I think we've all expressed, you guys have to do better, your office has to do better. Oh, sorry. Thank you. You got to do a better job. But in doing that, one thing that I've consistently seen since November is a consistent minimization of the opposition to sewer. I have only heard 3 households that absolutely want this. Hearing people are interested or may be interested is not a yes. So when our starting point is at 5%, you got a lot of work to do to convince us that this is economically viable for homeowners, or if Issaquah is going to pay for this boondoggle, smart for the city. We pay taxes. since 1983. Some people since 1969. So let's start there. Number 2, likely hookup charge. We have not heard anything, and I'm shocked that no city council member has asked that question. So we've had to research on our own what happens in other neighborhoods, what's likely hookup costs. I'm hearing about $40,000. And in doing my own due diligence, by the way, I can do a lot of other things with $40,000. I talked to our own contractor. What would it then be, the extension cost that I would have to pay for this sewer hookup? With old growth trees, about $8,000. So in your earnestness to do a better job, present quantitative data, I encourage you to do not the minimization approach like we've been consistently getting, but let's start with real numbers so that we are not in the situation where you throw out, oh no, it'll only be a hookup of 15. But then after people vote, then there is a surprise gotcha, what I've heard from other neighborhoods. So whatever data you're going to present, please challenge the engineers first. Is it reliable and likely? And ask the extension question. When things go wrong and there are excess charges of construction, what's it going to cost? That's our minimum standard for reporting in the future to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. A lot of hands raised. I'm going to interject here. We've just to summarize, we've heard a lot of comments, thoughtful comments from Sycamore residents tonight regarding existing septic systems, the care of those septic systems, thoughts on sewer systems, the environmental impact costs, engagement and timelines, and so much appreciate all of those comments. If anyone would like to come forward who has additional information beyond some of those topics, that would be great. Would anyone else like to come forward and speak this evening on this topic?
Even though I spoke, can I ask a question?
I'm sorry, this isn't a question and answer session. However, one of our staff members can meet up with you, get the question, and we'll get you that answer. So one final call for anyone else who would like to speak on this topic. Okay, thank you. I just want to thank everyone. The public comment period is closed, and now council will have a chance to deliberate. But I just wanted to thank everyone again for coming out, spending time, and giving all your feedback. We really appreciate that. Councilmember Walsh.
So thank you, everyone, for coming. If you are going to leave, if you could just do it quietly so that we could continue to have this conversation. And if you want to stay so that you can hear our deliberation, that would be great. So what I heard in thinking through the history of this is that this has been proposed several times in the past, either by King County or the city, and hasn't gone through. So one thing I would like to know is why that happened. It certainly sounds like the community and the homeowners there have some concerns, some absolutely valid concerns about what their costs are going to be, what their options are for funding, and we need to be very clear about that. I'm wondering if we get those answers to people, and people feel like they have the information, even if they specifically aren't ready to hook up to a sewer system, where the line is for what's going to be acceptable set of information. I don't know if I know that yet, but I certainly heard there's a concern about cost, there's a concern who's going to bear the cost, what the funding mechanisms will be, and so it sounds like we need to have that conversation a little bit further.
Thank you, Councilmember Walsh. There are a number of policy questions that are before council this evening, and one of them includes funding options. And so if you would like staff to run through those options again for you, then that might help start that discussion. Would that be helpful?
And I will just interject here that one of the questions that we have before us tonight is whether council is supportive of staff preparing an AB at this time to come forward to make changes to the city code. That's the policy question that we have in front of us, and I just wanted to put that out there as we're talking through our deliberations. Sheldon, did you want to further? Oh, I'm sorry.
I guess I would just like to say that I see that there are a list of funding alternatives up there. It seems premature to talk about funding alternatives. I mean, we have a number of questions, and I realize, I'll say that I realize that there are going to be people, it doesn't matter how into the weeds we go, what the answers are, there are going to be people who just flat out are never going to like the idea of sewer. I understand that. But I also heard very clearly from a lot of people, and I happen to agree, that I think we need a lot more information so that we can make a reasoned decision. So I'm not sure how valuable it is for us to go through in depth what the funding alternatives are, especially if you want the council to provide feedback, because I think we need a lot more information, like what's the total cost and how would it be spread out, and all the what-ifs that we heard tonight. So that's my thought on that. I wouldn't be prepared to give any feedback on a policy decision about funding.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
I have a suggestion for our deliberation, which would be to talk first about the code having to do with the inspection. I think that is earlier in the presentation. It also, logically, to me, we should discuss that first, and I think we do have more information about best practices on inspection at this point, that we can have that conversation. So if we can pull up that information about the proposed code changes, that would be helpful. So I'd like to make the suggestion that we talk through that. I am interested in pursuing code changes in terms of doing the inspections, because it seems that this is best practice, and there were a lot of public comments about the systems being maintained, and so this would give us that information that we need about the state of the septic systems, particularly because of the environmental concerns and the fact that these systems are very close to the Issaquah Creek, and for the public health implications of the inspections. So I think that this is information that we need, and it's also best practice, and so I'm interested in pursuing this part. And I also think for our conversation, we should best discuss this first, and then potentially talk about the other sewer issue.
Thank you, Councilmember Hunt. Is there a Councilmember Ray?
So I think we have at least three things we're talking about here, and we are conflating them all together, and I think it makes for a very, very difficult conversation, and I think we need to take them one at a time. So to Councilmember Hunt's point, one of them is about how are we going to ensure that the septic systems we have, be it in Sycamore or be it anywhere else in the city, are maintained in a way that maintains our environment. Number two, we don't have enough data, in my opinion, right now to make any kind of determination on whether or not to move forward with sewer to Sycamore. There's just too many questions out there. And I asked earlier, what was the driver, why are we doing this and why are we doing it now? And we don't really have a good answer to why are we doing it and why are we doing it now, and what timeline could we move on. And then the final one, which is a bit surprising, but what I heard come through in all the comments was, there is a huge concern that the sewer is a Trojan horse for more development and higher density. And we need to take that problem on also. And we have to take all these on one at a time, otherwise we're just going to be going round and round on this thing. And I just don't really feel like we have enough data to attack any of these based on what I saw tonight.
Councilmember Welsh.
I think that's fantastic of both of you. I will disagree with one area. I think we might have enough information to take on the inspection requirements and the code changes needed for that. And maybe you disagree, but I would agree that there are many different areas here, many questions out there that we need information on before moving forward in the different areas.
So I'm very much, I think, relating to the comments from Councilmember Ray and Councilmember Goodman. For me, I really just feel, and especially prior to as we were reading through all the information, but then some of the information that we don't have, mostly in terms of costs. I've got some questions about the timeline and the three areas that Councilmember Ray mentioned. It seems to me premature to go into the conversation, although I'm happy to do that if that's what everyone would like to do. It seems like we need more information coming forward, and that we also need, I do definitely have a concern with the timeline, with the engagement going on over the summertime. With that being, we've heard from a lot of our Sycamore residents, which is fantastic, but then we've got another group where that will be the first time that's introduced. I think we need more council engagement, and if I were living in the neighborhood, I would want to completely understand the costs. So getting some more information, I think, would be helpful. We could definitely dive into some of the areas that Councilmember Hunt has brought up, but I feel that we need more information. How would the council like to proceed?
I think we should talk about the inspections that Councilmember Hunt brought up as a possibility. And I'm not, I agree that I don't have enough information to provide any policy feedback, but I do think that the city and the council has a responsibility to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the health and safety of the community as well as the environment. So I'm certainly not opposed to more information. My message back is not, no, we're never going to talk about this. I think we do need more information and start making some decisions so that it isn't coming back to us every 5 years. But I just don't think we have enough tonight to provide good feedback. I do think that September obviously is too fast. But I'm interested in Councilmember Hunt raised the inspections, and then also, what responsibilities does the county have? Does the county just sit back and wait for to find out if a septic system is in need of maintenance or replacing? I'd like to know the answer to that question.
The Seattle-King County Health Department is reactive. They're not proactive. They expect the property owner to visually, check the depth of the sludge in their tank and, make it pump, get it pumped when it needs to be pumped. But they are reactive. They're not proactive.
Councilmember Ray.
Do we have any data on what other cities are doing vis-a-vis septic inspections? I mean, we've got this question that we've, I think, teased out of the larger question, but I didn't hear a lot of data being presented, and so I guess we can give you some direction that says, go forth and put together an ordinance to restructure the way we're going to do septic inspections and what the requirements are. But if we're going to do that, there's a whole lot of information that we didn't get tonight that would be helpful for me to inform, is this reasonable? Is this too moderate? Is this too strict? I'm not really a septic guy. So I really don't have any idea where this fits on the spectrum. So if we want to give you some direction on going forward on a new ordinance for septic system inspections and monitoring, I need a whole lot more data where I could take action on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
I think there was a question in there about what other cities are doing for inspection, and I think that relates also to my question that I had asked earlier of Matt about where the 3 years timeline for inspection comes from. And my understanding is that it comes from the King County Public Health, and then I also looked online and I found that EPA also in terms of maintaining septic system, their recommendation is every 3-year inspection. So it seems to me that that's best practice and recommended by multiple agencies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I am comfortable proceeding with this inspection requirement because I think that as we did hear from a number of residents, they are maintaining their septic systems, and they do not have concerns that they are in failure or pre-failure. And so we also don't have that information from inspections. We don't have that data to say one way or the other. And so I think to understand the issue, inspections are important, and they're important for public health, and they're important for the environment. I also did contact, because I'm a member of the WIRA 8, which is the Water Resource Inventory Area, so the watershed that we live in. Salmon Recovery Council, I did reach out to the Salmon Recovery Manager, and he provided some information about for those septic systems that are failing or pre-failing, there are concerns about household chemicals, heavy metals, et cetera, from failed septic systems that can be problematic for the environment and for also, and I believe also for public health. So I think that we have the best practices, and I think that we can update our code to be best practice on this. And I also don't disagree that we need more information on other topics that were discussed tonight, but in my estimation, in terms of the inspection, I think that we, in my opinion, we have information to proceed with these code changes.
Councilmember Walsh.
So my understanding is if we did move forward with inspection requirements, the goal would be for staff to provide an ordinance for us to review in September, if that timeline still held for that particular municipal code change. Is that correct?
I think that's what we're looking for direction from council tonight. I think we've heard a number of things expressed among different members of city council. Some have said that the September timeline maybe isn't enough for the other neighborhoods that maybe haven't had as much outreach or engagement. But we're also hearing some council members are comfortable moving ahead with the inspection code changes. So I think we're looking to hear a little bit more from council to find what the direction is.
From my perspective on public safety and the environmental impact, I don't think something that needs inspection requires as much of a time period of neighborhood engagement. I think there are other things on the docket here of, whether to allow development and densification or, something like that sewer might bring in as a concept. I think there's a conversation about what the costs of sewer extension would be to the city and residents. But for me, I don't feel like September is too quick of a conversation to have about inspection requirements, because to me that just seems like a public safety conversation.
Thank you. Councilmember Ray.
I just think we need to unravel these things. So if you want to bring something forward in September to talk about inspection requirements, I think that's fine. I think we can get there in that time frame. But I think we just bringing this whole together as a single package is it doesn't work for me. So if we can unravel it and then bring it together in pieces, that makes sense. But this we're not ready for the sewer discussion yet.
Councilmember Goodman.
I almost feel exactly the opposite. Not that I'm dying to bring it forward as an entire package quickly or without all the information, but I'm a little bit nervous about picking pieces of it apart and having staff work on it. It's not as though we have an unlimited amount of resources. And I really feel like we need to get all of the information that we need as a council to make decisions that aren't just going to continue coming forward. Because I too have heard this conversation going back to my former life since 1996, and it's just that it's the same thing over and over. It's a broken record, and it's annoying for people who have lived there a long time. It's annoying for people who have moved in. It's annoying for people who can't do anything that they want to do. It's annoying for people who don't need to repair their septic system. And it's unfortunate that maybe there are repairs that need to be made or hookups that need to be had that aren't able to happen. So again, I'm not super excited about just focusing on an inspection code when that takes time and attention, and will have to be enforced, and that takes staff time. I really would prefer to just move forward with one package, and if we don't get it here by September, that's fine. But that's my reason. I just think we're going to spend a lot of time on details on an inspection code when we can spend it getting a whole package. And it may or may not be approved, but at least the neighborhood, as long as we're this engaged, we've had this since November of last year. Let's finish it out. Maybe it's not September, but let's just not stop in the middle and have something die in the vine that's going to come back.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt?
I do think one important component is the outreach to the neighborhoods, to the individuals that are on septic that are not necessarily in Sycamore, because I think that the letters so far have gone out to Sycamore. There's been outreach to the Sycamore neighborhood, and I think that is very important, and that outreach continues is very important, but also as we proceed, because the code changes, for example, will be citywide if we proceed with the inspection code changes, making sure that other homeowners that are on septic are aware is also very important. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Councilmember Walsh.
So to Councilmember Goodman's point, I don't think we should stop progress on this. I absolutely think we're engaged with the community and getting the list of questions both from the community and the council and making sure that that moves forward and doesn't become another stalled system. Very, very important. And so I think maybe if we moved forward on inspection requirements, creating a timeline for when we would hear back and have a larger conversation about the different elements would be important, and that would help me feel comfortable with the different pieces of that.
So for me, I completely understand the reasoning behind looking at that, but it doesn't make sense to me to break a piece of this off. I would like to see all of the information that we've talked about come forward and give everyone a chance to look at this as a whole package. And when I do talk about September, we have been looking at that, and we've talked about public health and being able to look at this and move this forward and give everybody an opportunity, I think is important. My comments about September were had to do with that being over the summer and the other groups just seeing that for the first time. So wanting to make sure that we've got appropriate engagement with the other neighborhoods as well and getting all of that information. So I would like to see us talk about it together. And that's where I'm at. Councilmember Hunt.
I have another point, which is that I think inspections also make data available that would give us a better understanding of the state of the septic systems in the neighborhoods, which might be one source of information that we might better make decisions about for capital investments such as potential later sewer. So I also see that information as valuable because when I asked earlier about what data is currently available about this, there is not very much information. So I see this also as a valuable way to better understand the system to make better decisions. And I also think we do have, there was a lot of very valid questions, both in public comment and from us, about costs associated with the various options and funding. But I think that the cost of inspection, we were given that information verbally. So I think we do have a sense of how much it costs for these inspections. And again, I think that this is valuable information.
Thank you. So we've got a few different opinions on, and what it seems that we're boiling this down to is whether to break out the inspection piece or get more information and come back as a whole. And I think that that's where we're at right now. Oh, Councilmember,
Goodman. Is Michael Pierce still here? Oh. Okay, maybe somebody can, who knows him, can ask him to either email his questions to the council or he had a list. If he could send it to the city clerk's office.
He's asked them before and never gotten an answer.
Sure, he hasn't asked us before and we haven't seen him. And so what I'm asking is that if somehow he can get that to someone who can get it to the council, then we can see what his questions are. I just want to make sure.
I'll make sure.
Great, thanks. I just want to make sure he knows he was heard. Thanks.
Who on the council should he send it to?
Anybody on the council and everybody will get it. Or you can take it to the clerk's office. Thank you.
Councilmember Ray.
I just want to make this, I'm going to try this point one more time, and then I'll let it go. The sewer is something very specific to Sycamore and is very much a capital project. The inspection requirements on septic relate to Sycamore and to other neighborhoods, and is an enforcement and a public health question. They are completely discrete concepts in my mind. And why we are putting them together, other than they kind of go in time together, doesn't make sense. And I would really, really prefer to deal with this as, let's deal with what our septic inspection requirements and protocol are going to be, and let's deal with that as an issue, and then let's deal with this capital project, which is sewer to Sycamore, as a separate issue. It just feels like putting them together adds a level of complexity that we don't need.
Deputy Administrator Snyder. Oh, I'm going to wait for just 1 second. Councilmember Goodman.
I'm not opposed to that. I just am concerned that staff time, and it's not an insignificant, it's not like you write a few sentences and then you just bring it to the council and it's about inspections. So I'm not opposed to that. Again, I'm sensitive to the amount of staff time that we have.
Councilmember Snyder. Councilmember Snyder. We're already late. Deputy Administrator Snyder.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments concerning staff time as well. What I'm hearing from council is a desire to still move forward in general with this conversation. There seems to be consensus around that. What I would like to hear a little bit more of, just so that we have clarity and direction, is I've heard council express a desire for more information. And I know that we've heard a lot of comments from the community to this end. It would also be really helpful for us to understand what specifically would council like us to come back with for more information for you.
Councilmember Hunt.
Okay. So one of the questions, both in public comment and then amongst us, I think is about the cost. So while not trying to conflate issues, because I see the inspection is separate, but since we're talking about both of them this evening, I think the cost of connecting to the sewer for residents under the different funding strategies is not laid out clearly in my mind, so that is important. And I also understand that there's variable costs. There will be a range of costs likely, so to understand, you know, what the approximate cost is, what the range of costs is, what that looks like under the different funding strategies would all be very important for connecting to sewer. And then also there was a lot of public comment and some discussion in the presentation about neighborhood character and about zoning. And I think because our council conversations about zoning and neighborhood character are also ongoing, but not nested within this topic. I think that needs to be communicated as well, because council is also discussing, for example, Land and Shore recently, June 6th, we discussed initial evaluation of Issaquah's residential zoning and allowed housing types, and that's an ongoing conversation. So I think presenting, just making sure that people are aware of that conversation as well, because it does relate to some of the concerns that were expressed tonight, although it doesn't exactly dovetail into this issue. There's an overlap clearly from comments. So I think there's also a need to explain those topics in our outreach, and also how we might address that issue with this issue, zoning.
Councilmember Welsh.
So +1 to everything that Councilmember Hunt said. Also, what other cities are doing and their requirements for septic systems, if there's anything that we should follow on best practices. And then giving the community a very clear understanding of what those funding options mean for their requirements to hook up versus giving them an opportunity to hook up, and if there's a timeline or cost difference between each of those options. And I think that goes into partially the funding conversation of a capital project and how a community participates in that. And so hopefully understanding and alleviating some of those concerns.
Councilmember Ray.
I'd like to ask your indulgence to actually spend some time thinking about this and send those to you offline, so that I can be a little more circumspect on what kind of areas I'd like you to focus on.
Councilmember Goodman.
I don't think I have any more questions. I think we have a lot of notes about the information that the community wanted, and I think those are all really, really good questions. They're questions that I would want answered if I had this issue in my neighborhood.
I think Councilmember Hunt and Walsh really covered everything that I had in my mind, and the only other question was maybe just to take a look at that engagement timeline. Okay. With that, I think, do you feel like you have everything that you need from council?
Yes, I think we have enough to move forward for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Deputy President Batiste, can we have a 5-minute recess?
We sure can. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back to our council work session. We're now moving forward with ID 0430, the 2020 to 2025 Capital Improvement Plan, otherwise known as the CIP. And Beth Goldberg, our finance director, is here to present.
Thank you. Good evening. Did you want to make some?
Just a few quick remarks, if I may.
Okay.
Thank you, Beth. So I wanted to start the remarks off about the CIP by saying a few things. First, you're going to hear this a lot tonight, that it is a planning document. It helps us plan our capital outlays over the next 6 years. It's also a really complicated document. This CIP in particular is fairly complicated, and Beth is going to be going over the reasons why that is and elaborating on that. But there is a lot baked into it, including policy assumptions and just even the vast array of projects. So tonight we have two purposes. The first is that we will be going over the CIP in more detail, including a brief discussion on the specific projects in the proposed CIP. Then we have a list of policy questions that we are seeking your direction on. We're not looking for final policy decisions from you tonight, but we are hoping to get council direction as we look forward, and we look forward to a robust discussion on those this evening. We want to make sure that you understand the CIP and get all your questions answered. At the same time, we do anticipate that policy discussion happening tonight. So there might be a few questions that we take note of this evening and try to get back to you over email if we don't have those answers prepared for you right away. Again, in recognition too of having time to have that policy discussion with you. A couple of notes based off of some questions we've received. The operations and maintenance estimates that you'll see in the CIP document, they are estimates. They are subject to change. They haven't been fully vetted. And they do not represent a budget commitment at this time. Those estimates are in the CIP in response to a goal in the council strategic plan to try to incorporate more operations and maintenance into the decision-making process and account for or have an understanding of what those costs are. That said, those costs will be more reflected in the budget moving forward, and the CIP is really meant to focus on the capital costs. And again, I think Beth is going to put a finer point on that during her presentation. And also tonight, we're going to be really focusing on the 2020 projects. So those are the projects that we're going to be going through in detail this evening. While the CIP is a 6-year, we're planning ahead for 6 years for our capital projects. We're really focusing tonight on the 2020 projects, really hoping to get those right, and then have a general understanding of what we look forward to in subsequent years. So with that, I will introduce the city's finance director, Beth Goldberg.
Good evening. Thank you for that introduction. As Deputy City Administrator Snyder mentioned, we are here to talk about the CIP, and we have a fairly packed agenda for you this evening. I want to provide you an overview of the topics that we plan on covering, and then we'll get into the meat of the presentation. We are planning on providing an update for the council on the Transportation Benefit District and the implications that this has on the CIP. It is an important foundational aspect of this year's CIP. We also want to have a discussion with you on other important policy considerations that also influence which projects are in the CIP, and this includes a question about whether the council wants to reserve a portion of existing debt service capacity and not program that out, or hold some money in abeyance in the event that there's an economic downturn, that would provide some flexibility. We'll go into that in a little bit more detail later on in the presentation. Also plan on posing the question to council about whether there's a preference among council about what we're calling the stay-in-place model with our current City Hall facilities or consolidated City Hall. There was some discussion on this at the June 10th work session, so want to engage you in a discussion on that. And then also a brief discussion about a relocated Fire Station 71. Following that, we will then move into highlights of the projects proposed for 2020. These are the most important projects in the CIP. Well, they are the most critical immediate decision in the CIP because that will influence and provide direction to us about the 2020 operating budget that we are in the process of preparing and will transmit to the council in September. Certainly the projects in 2021 and beyond are also important, but as you all know, the CIP capital projects in general tend to be fluid, subject to change. There are lots of opportunities to revisit what is in the CIP for 2020 and 2021 and beyond, whether that's through the annual budget processes that will follow this year and also subsequent updates to the CIP. And then there will be an opportunity for council discussion, public comment, and next steps. So before jumping into the meat of the presentation, I did want to tee up some of the questions that we are hoping that council will discuss tonight. But before reading these questions, I did want to echo something that Deputy City Administrator Snyder said, and I think sort of feeds into this list of fairly meaty questions that we're posing to you tonight, is this CIP is a more complex and challenging CIP than has been typically presented to the City Council, and that is because the city is facing, first of all, a number of pressing capital needs for which we don't have sufficient resources, and some impending policy questions. So as you know, the council has made it a priority, for example, to talk about a dedicated revenue source for transportation projects. So this has been a priority. This is a critical element to the CIP. Also, City Hall decisions are important. Do we stay in place? Do we move towards a consolidated one? Because we're facing some costs, repair costs, and so need some direction there. So I just want to acknowledge that this is a complex document that we are asking you to review and to weigh in on, and so it's a little bit more challenging. As you are going through your deliberations tonight and in the subsequent meetings, I would ask that council keep in mind a couple of things. First of all, Susie Monsell and I, as we've been spending a lot of time talking about the CIP, we like metaphors, and one of the metaphors that we have been using about this is it's like one of those choose your own adventure novels that you may have read when you were growing up. If you want, this kind of ending, go to page 53. If you want another ending, go to page 54. As all of these pieces fit together in the CIP, we've constructed it in a certain way, but council may choose another adventure and it may lead to a different construction. And so some of this is not only construction, but a little bit of a deconstruction depending on what direction we receive from you. So with that metaphor in mind, again, this is a planning document. We're asking you to give us some direction on project preferences and policy preferences, but there are opportunities to revisit all of these assumptions as we go through the budget process, as we come back to you with specific policy discussions, for example, around the TBD, around City Hall, things of that nature. This is our best guess based on a set of assumptions that we have today, budget assumptions, cost assumptions. They're all subject to change. There is an opportunity if things change, costs change, timelines change, again, to revisit it. So please don't feel like this is set in stone. This is a roadmap based on what we know today. I also want to point out again and reinforce that 2020 direction on the mix of 2020 projects is the most critical at this juncture because it will influence how we prepare the 2020 proposed budget that we will be transmitting to you in a couple of months. So with that background, I want to highlight the policy questions that we are hoping council will grapple with tonight. First of which is, does council wish to reflect the Transportation Benefit District sales tax in the CIP? And if so, does it prefer option 1 as we have proposed in the CIP, or does it prefer TBD option 2, also known as accelerating the work on the Southeast 43rd intersection on existing debt service capacity? So that's some direction we will be seeking from the council. Also, the question, and I'll provide more details on this later in the presentation, whether the council wants to preserve some portion of the existing debt service capacity in the event that we have an economic downturn. Third question is, does council have a preference about a stay-in-place scenario for City Hall facilities or a consolidated City Hall? Again, don't need a final decision, but need to know some direction about what to reflect in the CIP. There will be future discussions about this where a final policy decision can be made. And then need to understand whether council has a desire to potentially relocate Fire Station 71 to support Eastside Fire and Rescue's new service delivery model and level of service commitments. Again, looking for direction about what to include in the CIP. There will be additional information outside of the CIP forthcoming to the council. And then the last question is whether council supports the projects put forth in the CIP with a particular emphasis on the 2020 project list. Excuse me, I've got some issues in my throat. Sorry about that, not very well timed. So I want to now move to the Transportation Benefit District. Again, the policy question before the council is whether we should assume TBD sales tax revenues in the CIP or not. And if we do assume those revenues, do we assume that Southeast 43rd intersection improvements are funded with the TBD sales tax revenues, or whether that is funded through existing debt service capacity. We have had some questions from council members about what it would look like if we either assumed option 2, accelerating work on Southeast 43rd, or if we didn't have the TBD sales tax revenue at all. So in a moment, I will turn it over to Susie, who will walk through those. I did want to point out and remind everyone that a decision to put on the revenues requires a vote of the people with simple majority approval, so 50+%. And if council desires to assume the TBD sales tax revenues in the CIP, we will come back to the council outside of the CIP process to have a discussion about putting that measure on the ballot. So to lead into tonight's discussion on the TBD alternatives, we are presenting tonight 3 alternatives to the council. The first is the TBD option 1 that we included in the original CIP proposal. And then in response to questions we've received from council members, we've got 2 alternatives for you to consider. The first alternative would be to go with what has been called TBD option 2, accelerating by 1 year work on Southeast 43rd using existing debt service capacity, or alternative 2, excuse me, which is that we didn't have the TBD sales tax revenues assumed in the CIP. And I just want to point out with both of these alternatives, and Susie will walk through the details in a moment, any deviation from option 1 is going to reduce the funding that is available for non-transportation capital priorities. There is simply more needs in this city across the asset categories than there are funding sources available. And the TBD presents a unique opportunity for transportation because it is one of the only asset categories for which we have a dedicated revenue source. So to the extent that we can take advantage of, utilize that revenue source, it not only allows the city to meet its transportation obligations, but it also frees up resources to meet the city's other capital needs throughout the city. So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Susie to walk through the next actually, no, not quite yet. I jumped the gun. Sorry, I have one more slide. So as Susie talks about the different options and how they play out, I did want to walk through the selection criteria that we are using to recommend what would continue to be funded under these alternatives and what wouldn't. And the first priority is anything with a legal mandate or that has life safety considerations. So for example, if there are court orders or legislative mandates, those projects, to meet those, would have a high priority. Also, projects that support existing infrastructure and level of service would have a higher priority than something that would be new infrastructure or a new level of service. Projects that support continued government operations and service delivery are also a high priority. And then we're placing a higher priority on smaller price tag projects rather than larger price tag projects because the dollar amounts are limited, and if you do smaller price tag projects, you have an ability for more coverage and more ability to maybe have some diversity of projects that we could fund. And then lastly, if there are projects for which city dollar matches are required to leverage outside funding, those projects are also given high priority. So that, as you're looking through the different scenarios that Susie's going to walk through, these were the lenses through which we were making those decisions and evaluating those options. And with that, I will now turn it over to Susie.
Good evening. All right. So as Beth mentioned, I'm going to be walking through some of the details on what these different TBD scenarios would look like. Looking at the project selection criteria that Beth just walked through, these should provide you a sample of the type of projects that might get moved or pushed to other funding sources depending on which alternative is reflected in the proposed CIP. So starting with the original, what we have proposed in the CIP, which is what we're calling TBD option 1. Council has seen this table probably several times, but to provide a little more context, the items in the blue, those projects and those portions of the projects are going to be, if this alternative is reflected in the CIP, are funded through general fund existing debt service capacity. So that would be about $3.4 million. An additional $35.4-ish million, the items in the green, would be funded through this proposed 0.2% sales tax increase, which would leave about $17.6 million if we spend $3.4 million on general fund existing debt service capacity. It would leave about $17.6 million in that general fund existing debt service capacity for other capital needs. As we'll highlight additionally throughout this presentation, that remaining 0.2% sales tax revenue after the debt service on that would be taken out on that sales tax revenue would go toward funding the annual pavement management program, which would add up to approximately $5 million over the proposed 6-year CIP. So to walk through that math a little bit further, the city has currently, if it meets the current level of debt service that we have been paying each year, would be able to afford about $21 million worth of projects on this general fund existing debt service capacity. $3 million has been dedicated to the Northwest Sammamish Road non-motorized connection, which is also known as Pinch Point. An additional $200,000 has been dedicated to this Northwest Gilman concept development. And in this scenario, $200,000 would be given to Southeast 43rd, otherwise known as Providence Point, which would leave $17.6 million, as we saw on the last slide, in existing debt service capacity available for additional capital needs. So what makes up that $17.6 million in the proposed CIP are the projects listed here. The items that have an asterisk are noted as that debt bond proceeds only account for the unfunded portion of those projects, and that some of them have additional revenue sources attached to those projects. So without spending too much time on this particular example, since I believe this slide was also presented in the June 10th work session, I wanted to present as well the items that would be in TBD option 1, that would be on the sales tax supported debt, this $35.4 million. This would be the remainder of the project costs for Southeast 43rd, as well as Newport Way 54th to SR 900, Central Park Signal, Newport Way Maple to Sunset. That's another example, along with the Newport Way up above, that would have additional revenue sources identified. It would be the remainder of that Pinch Point project and the 12th SR 900 intersection. So as we mentioned before, the remaining revenue after debt service paid on the sales tax back to debt would go toward an additional increment on top of existing funding for this pavement management program. And as council may recall from the May 13th presentation on the pavement management program, there are needs that currently outweigh current spending levels on the pavement management program. So this additional increment added on to the current level of funding would allow the city to move from a reactive to a proactive maintenance program. So the first alternative to that original proposal is what we're calling TBD option 2. On this, you'll notice that there are more items in the blue. So the main difference here between option 1 and option 2 is it would accelerate work on Southeast 43rd, which would put that additional cost, I would take that from sales tax back to debt and put it on general fund existing debt service capacity. So what that would mean is that the amount funded through existing debt service capacity would be about $11.6 million and about $27 million through the sales tax increase. And if 11.6 is spent on the items in the blue, it would leave an additional 9.4 million in existing debt service capacity for other capital needs. And similar to the last, to the TBD option 1, the additional sales tax revenue after debt service on the sales tax backed debt would go toward that additional increment on the pavement management program.
Just a quick question. What are we anticipating annual revenue to be from the 0.2% sales tax associated with the TBD?
I'm going to turn it over to Beth.
It's about $79 million.
No,
Over.
annual.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You're going to make me do math in my head. Can we get back to you on that? Yes, thank you. And it grows over time, so the amount in the early years is smaller than in the later years.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, if you can give me that kind of what our kind of rough, I don't need precision, I just need kind of rough numbers.
Yes, yes, we can provide that.
So similar to what we showed for the original proposal, if we keep that 21 million in existing debt service capacity, in this scenario, Pinch Point would account for 3.3 million. That same Northwest Gilman concept development we saw in the last proposal would be that same $200,000. And in this scenario, on existing debt service capacity, Southeast 43rd would account for 8.1 million, which is how we get to 9.4 available for other capital projects. So what that would mean on existing debt service capacity to get to 9.4, in this case 7.5, and I'll address why we left it at 7.5 in a moment. The projects that would need to be potentially bumped to other revenue sources or pushed out to later years would be items like PK 037, which is the Central Park Pad 3, as well as 3 Trails Crossing. For those items above the 2 parks projects, Valley Trail and Creekside acquisitions and Hillside acquisitions that have dashed lines instead of a solid line, those are scalable projects, meaning that based on when land becomes available, portions of those projects could make up that remaining 1.9 million that would get us to 9.4 on top of the 7.5 million. So those portions of those projects could still go forward, which is why they have a dashed line instead of a solid line. Looking at sales tax supported debt, the only reason that Southeast 43rd is crossed out here is because it would instead be over on the existing debt service capacity. The rest of these items would remain the same. As I mentioned, the pavement management program would still receive under this alternative that additional increment of revenue. So the second alternative here, and I'm not sure if we've presented the details of what this scenario might look like to council yet, but under this scenario, this would be if there was no dedicated revenue within the TBD, specifically a no sales tax or additional revenue source. So what this would mean is that sales tax line supported debt would be zeroed out. The existing debt service capacity numbers would be the same. This would be assuming that Southeast 43rd, since there is no sales tax supported debt, where it could be potentially alternatively funded, would live entirely on existing debt service capacity. So it would leave us with that same 9.4 available for additional capital projects that we saw in TBD option 2. So what this would mean, as a point of clarity, as Beth mentioned, the selection criteria that we chose to, in terms of which projects we might bump to other funding sources or bump out to future years, is subject to your discretion as well. It's mostly to present a possibility of what this might look like in under different alternatives. So these projects that were previously funded under the sales tax supported debt, Central Park Signal and South Cove non-motorized, that additional piece that above the 3 million would likely get bumped out. Newport Way, 54th to SR 900 would be reduced by approximately 2 million from previous alternatives, and that would leave us with 9.1. The additional that would get us up to the 9.4, slightly over, these are the projects that had been on the list for existing debt service capacity. The only projects that would, under the selection criteria we've laid out, that would remain under existing debt service capacity would be that Southeast 66th Bridge improvements. So what that likely could mean is, depending on the alternative that is selected for TBD, some projects may need to get pushed that had been, namely on this list, if, for example, those facility projects that we have identified as a high priority, assuming that we still needed to go forward with those projects, what would likely happen is they would get bumped to other sources such as REIT 1 or 2, and items that we identified in the proposed CIP that are on REIT 1 or 2 would likely or potentially get pushed out to be partially or fully unfunded. So, and under this alternative, to be clear, this does not mean the pavement management program would disappear. It just means that that additional increment to move from being reactive to proactive would not be available under without the sales tax. So the trade-offs, to sum up what we just saw, between these alternatives is that transportation is and Beth mentioned this earlier, that transportation is the only asset category with a potential dedicated revenue source, which would be this proposed TBD sales tax. And sales tax revenue can only be used for transportation projects, which is why if some projects get pushed from the sales tax revenue over to existing debt service capacity, we may not be able to fill in that gap on that sales tax debt with other projects. They have to be transportation projects. And if no sales tax, there's even less funding for non-transportation priorities, as we've mentioned. So with that, we're going to turn it back to Beth.
Okay, so I'm going to walk through the other policy considerations that we would like you to consider as you deliberate this evening and move towards adoption of the CIP in the coming weeks. The next policy question that we want to tee up for you is whether or not the council desires the administration to reserve a portion of the debt service capacity in the event that there is an economic downturn. So you may recall, as we've been talking about the TBD over time, that we are anticipating over the next 20 years $2.2 million of existing debt service capacity to become available to the city as existing debt is retired. And what we are proposing in this CIP is to program those funds out to support additional debt. And this would allow us to afford $21 million worth of projects. What we want the council to consider is whether or not we should reserve a portion of that $2.2 million. We're suggesting here $500,000.
Councilmember Walsh.
Is that 2.2 million TBD general fund or combined?
It's general fund. So this is LTGO debt that's on the general fund. We're paying $2.2 million right now per year on the debt service costs for that debt. As that debt rolls off, that money is freed up. So it could be used for other operating costs, or, as we're suggesting here, we dedicate that to other capital investments, debt financing capital investments. So that $2.2 million over 20 years allows us to buy $21 million worth of projects. So we've got this all programmed out in the CIP now, but it's not all programmed out in the first year. We're only using a portion of this in year one, meaning 2020, and then we've got projects strung throughout the 6-year CIP that are taking advantage of this capacity. So one of the things that we want to tee up for the council is whether council has a desire, if there is an economic downturn, to hold some of this money back to respond to contraction in our revenues. Once you issue the debt, these become fixed costs, and so there's no flexibility. We would have to look elsewhere to make reductions. The way we have formatted the CIP and structured the CIP, in some respects, this flexibility is built in because we are not contemplating issuing $21 million worth of debt in year one. We've got projects spread throughout. So really what we need direction from the council on is, if that was a policy desire or an inclination, as we're going through the annual budgets each subsequent year, depending on how our revenue picture looks, we'll make some CIP decisions or some debt financing decisions based on what our financial picture looks like, and could hold some money back. For modeling purposes, we're suggesting $500,000, and I want to show you on the next slide how that math works. So if we said we want to hold $500,000 in abeyance, rather than $21 million worth of projects, we would be able to afford $16 million worth of projects. We know that there is a commitment that was made to the state for the Northwest Sammamish Road, also known as the Pinch Point. So we're holding that money aside. We also know that the original TBD proposal had some money for the Gilman project at $200,000, and then Providence Point, this is assuming TBD option one at $200,000. This would leave $12.3 million available for other capital projects. So this next slide roughly shows how this is spread out, and there's some rounding going on here, so the numbers don't exactly add up. But if there were a desire to reserve some of this money in the event that there is a downturn, the place we would likely look to, and you will notice as you go through the CIP pages in the document we transmitted to you, the Valley Trail and Creekside acquisitions and Hillside acquisitions, we're assuming small increments of money over the 6-year CIP each year for these acquisitions. So in the event that there were a downturn and we thought we would need to hold back, that would be the lever we would recommend. Not saying that we would pull back on the full $3 million for each of these, but there would be an opportunity to pull back on some segments if we decided that we needed those. So just trying to take a temperature there, and I'm sensing maybe a question.
It's a softball for you.
Okay.
So really, each year, we'd have $500,000 in general fund revenue that we could use for debt service, or we could use it for something else, or we could not spend it and increase fund balances. What would be the thinking about what we would do with that $500,000?
So what we're proposing here is to not obligate it all at once, and the CIP does this because the CIP is not contemplating spending the full $21 million in the first year, but not obligating it in the event that there is a downturn sometime over the next 6 years. So would hold that money in reserve. The financial model that we're doing out-year projections would need to take into account the CIP spending plan, hold that money in reserve for future debt service costs. Because if we program it for operating, it's not available then to support the CIP that you've just adopted. And then in the event that there is a downturn, one of the questions for the council that we would bring up through a budget process or a budget amendment process would be like, well, maybe we're not going forward on all of these projects as originally contemplated in the CIP, so that money could be used to mitigate contraction in the revenues.
Beth, and these two projects were the projects that could be spread out, so those were the only two that really fell in that category. Is that why those two were?
That, and then taking into account the criteria that I discussed at the outset of the presentation in terms of mandates, life safety, support of existing operations. These fell off, not because we don't see parks and open space as a priority, but they didn't meet that criteria and was more of the lever, whereas things like the city facilities that's supporting ongoing operations of the government and service delivery.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodman?
Thank you. Maybe I missed it. So if we held $500,000 a year and we didn't have a contraction in revenues, then what can we use the money for?
You could then, if as these acquisitions come up, you could still proceed with them. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
thanks.
Yes. Okay, then the next policy question that we are hoping you will grapple with is the question of stay in place, stay in existing city facilities, or move towards a consolidated city hall. And the trade-off here, although it's not a one-for-one trade-off.
Councilmember Goodman.
Do we want feedback before we move on to the next ones, or we want to wait till the end?
I think we had talked about going through the complete presentation, and then we'll come back to questions. But if we have small questions as we're going, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and I'll remind everyone of the questions at the end because I know we're giving you a ton of information. So the stay in place versus consolidated city hall, we've got money in the CIP to do repairs and replacements of on existing city hall facilities. And you'll see those on the right-hand column of, I was trying to get my directions straight, right-hand column of the chart that you're looking at here on your right-hand side. Well, maybe it's actually, sorry, your left-hand side. Sorry, I'm directionally challenged as well as having throat issues tonight. So anyway, on the left-hand side of the chart, you'll see a list of projects that are included in the CIP to repair and maintain existing facilities. And then you'll also see on what is really the right-hand column, a figure for the design of a consolidated city hall. Both are in the CIP. CIP. If council were to signal direction to want to continue to explore a consolidated city hall, it may be that the projects listed on the left-hand column are smaller in dollar amount than they would be if council were to say, no, we're not interested in pursuing a consolidated city hall. There will be time beyond adoption of the CIP to have a full and more complete policy discussion about this decision. We need council, as it's adopting the CIP, to signal to us what it wants reflected in the CIP. What we have reflected in the proposed CIP is an assumption about repair and then some work on designing a consolidated city hall under a design bid build model. There are other models, as you heard on June 10th. Under what we're assuming here, we would do the design, I believe it's in 2021, 2020, I probably don't have the year right, but sometime not in the first year, sometime in the middle years of the CIP, and then construction would begin beyond 2025, sometime 2026 or thereafter. And then the last policy discussion, because we haven't thrown enough at you this evening, is a question about whether the council is interested in a relocated Fire Station 71. The CIP is making an assumption that over time, and again, some of this goes beyond the 6-year CIP, but would pursue a relocated Fire Station 71. This is in support of Eastside Fire and Rescue's new service delivery model and level of service commitment. Again, looking for council to just signal what we should assume in the CIP, but the policy discussion about whether to move forward with this will happen outside of the CIP, and EFR will be back before the council, I believe this fall, with a more complete presentation on this topic. Okay, so now we're going to move to project highlights, and I just want to remind you all that the main focus of tonight and where we would like you to focus your attention on this project specifics is 2020, because that will influence what we and provide us direction about the 2020 proposed budget that we will be transmitting. And I'm going to invite each department director to come up and give you an overview of the projects in the asset categories listed here. They will be providing just a brief overview. If there are questions, we can go into more details, but we're going to provide the 30-minute thumbnail or 30-second thumbnail sketch of each of the projects.
And I was just going to say to council, this is such a load of information. What we had talked about was going through all of the policy questions, and then when we get to deliberations, I'll bring each one of those up one by one. At this point in the presentation, if we do have questions, then we can go through those questions, and then post after public comment, then we'll get a chance to talk to about each one of those questions that Beth just went through, the policy questions. Thank you.
Sorry, it's a little bit higher. Okay, so the first one there is the PC replacements. So this is the hardware replacement for the desktop systems.
Could you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. John Traeger, and the IT manager for the city. So that's replacement cycle as hardware wears out. We try to run a 5-year life expectancy for the desktop and laptops that people use every day as part of their jobs in the city. And then the next item is the annual server replacement program. So this is to maintain a similar age target for the server systems that run all the applications for the city. And if they get over 5 years old, they could become unreliable, and that would cause service failures. Then the next item is the Public Works Operations MMS upgrade. This is for their mobile devices that they use in the field to maintain their work orders as they go about their day. And the software in that particular product is outdated and won't be supported in future versions of the operating system, so we have to make an upgrade there. Electronics records management software. So this is the enterprise content management system. So it's a digital library to manage, organize, and search city records beyond the existing locations and platforms. So right now we have information kind of everywhere, and this is a way to structure it so we can respond to citizen requests for information and also our own internal use to manage our information. Then we've got physical security access control system. So this is...
John, a quick question.
Yes.
On the content management.
Sure.
Is this a new system?
Yes.
Is this existing?
No.
Oh, okay. Yes,
This is new.
And why is it going to take you 4 years to implement it? That seems like a long time.
Because this affects every department and it's a major change management effort. So where the pacing is such that and the amount of training required to get it implemented it has been spread out over that time period. So we'll be starting initially with the police records department and then fanning out into other departments over the course of the schedule. So the physical security access control system, this is access control key card systems for our buildings. So right now we have one building in the city hall and across the street that has a system like that. And we're putting in a second one in the Public Works facility, and this would expand it into the other facilities that we have where employees work around the city. Maintenance management software replacement. So this is the main server that runs the maintenance and asset management for utilities. And it's on a roadmap to do an upgrade eventually. And this is we don't have the full scope or anything. This is the beginning estimate to put that together. And that is actually a 3-year run. That's a fairly large implementation program. There's a lot of moving parts in utilities. Then we have the Munis implementation reconfiguration. So if you recall previous meetings of the council, this is part of the reconfiguration of the processes that we use in finance and that the departments share. And this is a placeholder figure. Right now we have consultants working on the actual scope of what the process changes are going to be. And that would then be used by the software vendors to come up with the actual software changes. And then we have the physical security camera monitoring system, and this is part of an overall security package for the city, a need that we have, certainly in a lot of our parks facilities and some other locations, we don't have any camera systems. Okay.
Questions?
Any questions?
I think we're good. Thank you so much, John.
Good evening. Jeff Watling, Parks and Recreation Director, here to give a quick overview of the 2020 projects within municipal facilities. This portion of the CIP reflects all city facilities, including the public works shops. Going down this list real quickly, the first project we compiled an asset management approach to our HVAC systems throughout our infrastructure, city infrastructure. 2020 represents, the funding requested in 2020 represents one of our higher need HVAC systems, and that's at the senior center. That meshes well with the next project, the roof capital replacement program. That too, we took a look at all of our roofs throughout our city facilities. The 2020 investment in our roof capital replacement program is also the senior center. Doing both of those projects in the same year.
I'm so sorry, excuse me.
Sorry.
We just want to make sure that we can all hear. Oh, thank you. Appreciate having it just be quiet. Go ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
So anyways, the 2020 investment for the HVAC capital replacement program and the 2020 investment for the roof replacement program are both at the senior center with efficiencies in doing those both in the same year. The third 2020 project is the hot water system replacement at the City Hall Police facility. That's an original system. It's a 500-gallon hot water tank that, needless to say, is a rather old, inefficient system and is at the end of its useful life. Not only is this a high priority given the age of that, but also the lack of a redundancy we have in that hot water system. This provides hot water for not only police and city hall functions, but the jail as well. FC 025, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, this represents and is in relation to a temporary fire station. You'll have heard and you will hear later on this year Eastside Fire and Rescue's need to relocate Station 71. Given that that new station may not be completed in time to meet its level of service goals, this would be positioning an investment in a temporary facility. The next item down, FC 27, also relates to that in that this is...
Can we rewind to the temporary fire station? Yeah. And is that really a 2020 timeframe expenditure? Because it just seems to me, the discussions I've heard from Eastside Fire and Rescue, it was further out than that.
Okay.
But,
we do have a EFR representative here this evening, but I can tell you what they have expressed to us in our conversations is they do have a pretty urgent need, and it's for a temporary fire station to meet some of their service level requirements. So we've been exploring opportunities to do a temporary fire station, and that's what we're hopeful to accomplish in early 2020.
Would that use an existing facility or a new facility? And
we're exploring our options.
I'm just having a hard time seeing how you could stand something up in 2020.
Yeah, so without getting into the details too much, there are options that we're exploring for existing facilities or structures that would make move-in, that might be a little bit more move-in ready than constructing something new. Also, from what I understand, it's common for fire departments and fire districts to use mobiles or temporary structures that they can erect pretty quickly to get them up and running as quickly as possible. So we're exploring our options for that.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so also in 2020, relating to the fire station need, the investment in FC 027 represents some design work for a new permanent Station 71. Again, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, Eastside Fire and Rescue is scheduled to update you later on this year, I believe in September. And we'll certainly be, I think, hearing a little bit more in detail about what their specific needs are and plans are for that. The last item is related to the Public Works Operations Facility. They have an outdated control system that monitors and controls their HVAC system. It's no longer supported. Along with the new software system, this investment would create some new sensors that would add some increased energy efficiency in that building.
Councilmember Hunt.
On the slide that Beth had shown earlier, there was a split between costs per stay in place for City Hall and Consolidated City Hall. And HVAC, capital replacement program, roof replacement, those are on the left side. And so I'm wondering, here, some of them are in 2020, some of them are coming up. They probably are coming up earlier than we might make a decision on Consolidated City Hall. Also, I'm a little confused because you said those are for the senior center, and so would that be Consolidated City Hall, or that would be a need regardless? And so I just would like more clarity on what the Consolidated City Hall would actually save in terms of these items, and which ones are regardless of Consolidated City Hall.
Yeah, that's a great question, and thanks for that. I'm glad to clarify that. So within the HVAC capital replacement program, within the 6-year window, there's 3 projects and 3 buildings identified. The senior center being in 2020, in 2022, You're going to quiz me now on what that building is, and I thought I remembered off the top of my head. That represents City Hall and the police station, and then in 2024, that represents City Hall Northwest. So two of those buildings, those two latter investments would be ones that should we decide, should we get some direction on further exploration of a consolidated City Hall, we may want to hold off on those investments or tweak or modify or see how long we can sustain those two HVAC systems. Under the roof replacement program, the 2022 investment of $236,000 relates to City Hall South, this building. As I said earlier, the 2020 investment of $159,000 is for the senior center, and the 2023 project identified in that program is for the community center, as that's its original roof.
Okay. So I'm trying to reconcile that with this slide for our options for stay in place and consolidated City Hall, and maybe it's because of the 6 years that you were talking about, and this is
just 2020.
This slide, I believe, says through 2025. So, but it has HVAC replacement as 1.2 million. So that includes some that's the senior center and some that's the City Hall? So
it sounds like it is. So we can do some further coordination with finance on pulling out those numbers that are related to the city halls.
Okay, I think that would be really important to my understanding, because right now it looks like we have all of these savings, but it sounds like probably some of those savings are regardless of what we do with the City Hall. And so it's not clear to me which are those. And then the other thing I noticed is that City Hall Northwest siding repairs, is that in one of these?
It is in the 6-year CIP, yes. It's
Okay.
not in
It's not in the
2020. This is
upcoming.
trying to highlight the 2020 projects.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay, yeah, so then just teasing those apart would be helpful.
absolutely.
Councilmember Welsh.
Can you remind me how old the Public Works Operation building is, and help me understand why the HVAC control system needs replacement? To me, that seems like a fairly new building.
I'm going to phone a friend,
Okay.
Brett Heath. He's flashing. I don't think he means 5. It's get my attention. Here's Brett Heath.
Right, yes, so Brett Heath, Public Works Operations. The building went into service in 2001, and it's running a Windows 98 system. So that's why it's out of date.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Back.
Am I back?
You're back.
Let's see who's back. I'm back. Jeff Watling, Parks and Recreation Director. So Parks CIP, similar, just a general overview and introduction on how we built this up and how we framed it. And then really this will be in relation to the Trail CIP as well, if you have questions about that. This is really based upon the feedback and the priorities that we heard from the community in the adopted 2018 Park Strategic Plan. If you recall in that plan, we identified projects into 3 buckets: near-term, mid-term, and long-term. We took the near-term projects, and those near-term projects became the framework for creating the 6-year Parks CIP that you have in front of you. Some of the key themes that we heard through that engagement, we wanted to carry on and into these projects. What we heard pretty clearly from the community was they want to see reinvestment, improvement in our existing parks, increasing capacity within our existing parks, better connecting our parks, and further protection of our open spaces. Another key message that we identified in the Park Strategic Plan that I think is relevant to this discussion tonight was one of funding. If you recall in that Park Strategic Plan, as we engage with the community, knowing there really historically hasn't been a dedicated funding source for Parks Capital, it's typically relied on park bonds that we identified and really laid out the need for a near-term funding strategy conversation as we look at and begin thinking on how these investments could happen and what's possible. It was understood, even within the adoption of that plan, that a need for identifying and strategically thinking about funding and how the community wants to fund these investments is an important conversation still to be had. And I think this, in a lot of ways, this CIP represents that, and that a lot of the out-year projects are unfunded. So the 2020 projects, giving a quick overview of those. The bike park, this may be familiar to you. This is from 2019. As you recall from some of our prior communication, we were reliant on that project for grant funding. We weren't successful in obtaining the grant funding, though we were strongly encouraged to reapply. So this project now shows up as a 2020 project. We are continuing our partnership with Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance for the completion of this project. They remain very engaged and interested in that partnered project. The Valley Trail Creekside acquisitions. This is really a strategy to acquire Creekside and other critical lands to fulfill the Green Necklace work and the connectivity vision that this community has. The gateway improvements, PK 14, this is in relation to the dedicated land from Anthology, the Anthology development that was dedicated to the city through community engagement. This investment in 2020 could represent a phase 1 set of improvements into the park space. The trail is completed, the boardwalk is completed, the park area remains unimproved, and it was really our desire to have some community engagement within that area before we completed that work. Hillside Park, PK 31. The park plan identified this as a near-term priority, looking to improve and build upon the play options within Hillside Park that serve Squaw Mountain. Considered some further pedestrian improvements to get to that park. This reflects a 2020 design is the funding you see in 2020 with 2021 construction. PK 032, Hillside acquisitions. This was another acquisition strategy identified in the Park Strategic Plan as a high community priority. The focus for this acquisition would be on forested hillside lands that better connect or link to adjacent public lands were two considerations as we identify potential lands, priority lands. PK 37, Central Park Pad 3. This is the pad, the area of Central Park that has the two existing synthetic turf fields. Surprisingly, not surprisingly, just reality, that carpet, that turf is nearing the end of its useful life, so we need to begin planning for a replacement of that turf. This project also, it's a multi-year project. This project also includes a play area, a picnic shelter, some gathering spaces, some trail amenities that were also identified in the adopted Central Park Site Master Plan. Design would be set to be completed in 2020. The turf portion of this work would be that turf replacement to continue the functionality of that. Those two fields would be completed in 2021, and those other improvements that I mentioned would be completed in 2022. But the 2020 work would be design. The next two projects, Veterans Memorial Park, as well as Tibbetts Valley Park, represent, in 2020, these represent phase 1 design work that would be coming out of the community engagement work that we've just kicked off in terms of master planning those two parks. It was pretty clear in the Park Strategic Plan that those two parks play very prominent roles in one in Old Town with Veterans Memorial Park Tibbetts Valley Park will play a prominent role as Central Issaquah is redeveloped. So master planning those parks was really a high priority that's beginning this year. Next year's work would be Phase 1 design. And lastly, PK 56, Harvey Manning Park expansion, also identified in the Park Strategic Plan under a different name. That didn't mean to do that. It was identified as Talus to Tibbetts Valley Park Trail. This was because we hadn't purchased Bergsma yet. That was just an idea and a concept. Given the recent acquisition of Bergsma, that priority of connecting Talus and Cougar Mountain to Tibbetts Valley Park is now a possibility. The 2020 work would focus on trail alignment work, permitting, and beginning that trail work. You'd notice if you look at the full 6-year park CIP, future phases are identified in later years for that park.
Any questions from council? Councilmember Hunt.
I have a quick question on the Hillside Park project description. I noticed that in that one it says the addition of unique natural play opportunities, and in other parks it has more specifics like picnic tables and play structures, and so I wondered what unique natural play opportunities meant.
That's awesome. Just great words, right? No. So my understanding predates me. I know there was some community engagement that happened probably 4 or 5 years ago now, and so we would want to build this design work and this engagement around that. And I know that neighborhood was very clear in their desire for play experience, for it to be natural and somewhat embedded into the environment. And so, all kidding aside, I think it was our effort to certainly understand we want this work to build on that engagement, and that what the department heard pretty clearly.
Thanks.
Yep.
Anything else? Thank you.
You bet.
We've got capital equipment.
Okay, I'm back. Public Works, Brett Heath. Good evening.
Evening.
Yeah. Okay, well, I got the fun job of talking about equipment. So this is the glamorous stuff. And we have 3 pieces that are in the 2020 portion of the CIP. The first one is a sanitary sewer and stormwater pipe video inspection equipment, and this supports a new program. So this program helps us to understand what we have, the condition of our underground infrastructure, underground stormwater pipes and sewer pipes, manholes, et cetera, and allows us to collect that data and evaluate it. So this is the capital side of that program. The second item is a sewer easement machine. This is just a support piece of equipment for working in backyards and on sewer and stormwater easements. We acquired quite a few backyard easements when we acquired the South Cove area. We also have them scattered throughout the city, and this piece of equipment allows us to get the hose that we use to clean the facilities over to those areas. And then the last item is a large 6-inch stormwater pump. We are renting those currently. The rate of expenditure is we can capitalize that in a few years. And we use those for pumping down stormwater ponds when we're working on the ponds. Flood control issues can also be used for bypassing sewers. So,
Councilmember Hunt, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, Councilmember Walsh.
The sanitary sewer and stormwater CCTV has an annual ongoing cost of $170,000. Is that an FTE or subscription cost? What does that represent?
Yeah, so there's a FTE, that's outside the capital, obviously, but yes, there's a half an FTE in sewer and a half an FTE in stormwater associated with that. That FTE was built into the previous rate study and is included in the current stormwater and sewer rates, and was actually filled temporarily with staff to work on the Munis project. So those funds have been expended.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, transportation.
So Sheldon Lynn, Public Works Engineering Director. Good evening again. On the screen, you'll see there's highlighted projects here. Those are projects that the council has been discussing with regards to the TBD and funding alternatives for major transportation projects. So I'm going to move to the projects that are not highlighted here. The TR11, the ADA improvements, that's a project that's designed to support the pavement management program and building the ADA ramps. And yes, the dollars should have continued into future years on an annual basis. The pavement management program that was discussed earlier tonight in the presentation, as well as Bennett Ashbaugh gave a presentation in May to the City Council regarding what that program's about. The Three Trails Crossing, the dollars in 2020 are associated with just finishing out the commitment under the development agreement, purchase of materials and the like that was agreed to within the development agreement. TR 46, Southeast 43rd Way and East Lake Sam Roundabout. That project is for vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists to improve the safety and usability of that intersection. One of the major elements is removing the slip lane that goes from north to south through that intersection, as well as there'll be some crossing improvements associated with it. The Southeast 66th Street Bridge has a scour critical issue associated with it, identified in the bridge inspections, and so that project has come up and it's been added to the CIP so that we can get design done next year, permitting probably the following year, and then construction in the third year. So that's a design effort in 2020.
Where's that bridge, Sheldon?
That bridge is the bridge that, if you take the traffic signal off 229th heading towards Lakeside Sand and Gravel Pit, it's the little bridge that goes over the North Fork of Issaquah Creek.
And Sheldon, is that enough? I know that that's spread out over 3 years, so is that, I guess, going fast enough for the improvements that need to be made?
We believe it's going quick enough. We have it spread out over that amount of time because we're uncertain of how long it's going to take us to get through the permitting aspect, since we will be working under the bridge and in the stream. Newport pedestrian bridge and raised intersection. Those are non-motorized improvements that are consistent with the Newport Way concept that the council adopted, I believe, a year and a half ago now. With the construction of the new Precipice Trailhead by King County, this project creates a connection between Oak Crest, non-motorized connection, and it also improves the crossing, pedestrian crossing right at the Precipice Trailhead entryway, so that we have a raised table across the intersection as well as our RFBs. These are due to the expected increased pedestrian demands at the trailhead once it's improved. Last but not least, the Highland signal pole painting. When those were originally constructed and so forth, the paint didn't adhere to the primer so well, and so this is a prepping and recoating of the poles and mast arms as needed throughout this Issaquah Highlands development.
Councilmember Hunt.
The Gilman Boulevard improvements, and this might be a question also for Beth, it is listed under TBD package general fund existing debt capacity for 2020, and then also in the presentation it looked like it was out of general fund, so not, is it funded out of the TBD or not any longer recommended to be funded out of the TBD?
Yes and yes, which is not a really helpful answer, so I'll explain a little bit more. So we're calling the TBD package broadly the 7 projects that we've been talking about with the council since last summer, of which Gilman is one of them. Because the money is needed in 2020, which would be prior to the availability of the sales tax revenue, it's funded with existing general fund debt service capacity. But it's been part of the broader discussions about the TBD. So, yes, TBD, but specifically because it's 2020, is funded with existing debt service capacity. Because under the TBD proposal, it wouldn't go on the ballot until the end of 2020, which means the revenue won't start coming in until mid-year 2021.
And also, so all of that project is listed in 2020 right now in our plan. So I'm confused why or how it would be listed on the TBD that goes, as a package that's considered by the voters if it's, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it became part of the TBD package because it was one of the 7 projects that was designated as a high-priority transportation project when we began the discussion about the unfunded transportation projects last summer. And rightly or wrongly, all of that became part of the TBD package, but some element of it, the element that needs to occur before the sales tax would be approved, is funded with the existing debt service capacity.
Okay. It may just be for me, but it would be, I think, more clear to separate out what's actually the items that will be going to voters. And maybe we're not quite at that point yet because we haven't discussed, but I think calling it part of the TBD package just because we've talked about it previously in that context is confusing to me.
Okay.
So it's an observation.
Okay, yeah, and we were doing it just from consistency from presentation to presentation, so.
Other questions?
One last thing on transportation. As a reminder to the City Council on this, the Transportation Improvement Plan required to be adopted by the state each year annually is one and the same as the Capital Improvement Plan, the transportation component within the overall CIP that you're reviewing now. So when the CIP is adopted, you will also be adopting the TIP so we can submit it to the state for transportation. Water utility?
Water utility.
Right. So, as we look at our plans and we develop the capital programs, we use the adopted plans as a basis for which we begin from. The redundant water feed to Squawk Mountain, that's a project where we've identified a need to have another supply line that goes up between the valley floor and the Mount Hood zone. Currently, there's only one supply line that goes up the hill, and it goes up Mountain Park Boulevard. We're looking for an alternative route. So in case something happens to the current line, we have another redundant supply line up the hill. That project is a design, pre-design work in 2020. I believe construction will be in the year following it or 2 years following it, depending on permitting. Southeast Newport Way, PRV master meter, that's another connection to the Bellevue Issaquah pipe owned by Cascade Water Alliance, and that's intended to provide a resiliency and another water supply source to the South Cove Greenwood Point area, where currently there's only one supply source to that area. It'll also tie in to what we're doing in that area for the South Cove Greenwood Point in helping the pressures be increased and creating a more resilient system on that end of our grid. The Spar Booster Pump Station, that's a project that's been under design for a couple of years. We've been working with WashDOT to determine value of property and other permitting issues. And what that does is it provides for a transmission main and a pump station to pump up to the Issaquah Highlands in a separate zone. Currently, there's only one area where the water mains go up, one single geologic hazard. This is going to go a different route up the hill, so hopefully we'll have some resiliency of supply up to the Issaquah Highlands, where currently they only have one location where the main goes up. Water main replacement program is a regular annual program. We replace about 3,000 feet of water main pipe every year to try and keep up with the infrastructure needs. Water treatment plant, that's had a healthy discussion during the water system plan development. We're now beginning the design efforts this year, and those will continue for the next year or so, and then construction in the future. Not future years, but in the latter part of this planning period. Forest rim and highwood reservoirs retrofits. Those reservoirs were repainted and rehabilitated about 15 to 20 years ago now. They're up for needing it again. So that's what those two projects are, basically inside and out, repainting, repairing, things of that nature. The Cougar Ridge automatic isolation valve, that is a valve that would be installed at the Cougar Ridge reservoirs so that we could take one offline if it was compromised, and then we'd still have the other one online. So it's an emergent type of condition. If something happens, we can isolate the two reservoirs and keep one in operation.
Any questions from council? Sheldon, I'm assuming that the retrofits, as you look across the CIP, that they're based on age and what kind of impact they would have, so they're spread out?
They're based on age and condition. These facilities get inspected regularly, and it's about time, every 15, 20 years, you're going to see the reservoirs, and they are. You're going to see over the CIP a cycle. We're beginning that cycle again with the reservoirs. The reservoirs from about 15 to 25 years, plus or minus. They've been all retrofitted and rehabbed and repainted, and now we're back to the first ones again.
Okay, I think we're good.
Sewer utility. A few less projects here, but one I wanted to flag for you because you had a discussion about it earlier this evening, and that's the Upper Sycamore extension. That project is obviously under consideration, and further information is needed before council can make a decision on that. I just want to put that out there, make sure everybody is clear about that. That's a future decision-making item.
Councilmember Welch.
And just to clarify for anybody in the audience, this is a planning document. This is not us authorizing any budget, and this will come back to council should we end up proceeding in that way, right?
That is correct. This is not a budget document. This is a planning document. The manhole rehabilitation, sewer system rehabilitation program, that's similar to the water main rehab, except we're rehabilitating sewer infrastructure. And then the Highlands Sewer Energy Dissipator, that's associated with the transit-oriented development project that's over at the old King County Shop facility, where we need to create access to that energy dissipator as the TOD moves forward. Stormwater utility. This one, the Westlake Sammamish Parkway stormwater improvement, that's actually out west of where the washed-out work is on Sammamish Road, where they're going to try and widen Sammamish Road for us. It's west. There's some drainage issues that cause some water to sheet flow onto people's property, and so we're going to build some storm drain system in there to help control that. East Lake Sammamish Parkway, West Ditch Conveyance Project, that's in the area of south of Southeast 56th Street and continues to about Southeast 51st Street, and it's addressing the ditch conveyance on the west side of the road. This is all in an effort to help alleviate the flooding that occurs on East Lake Sammamish Parkway, and there's going to be another project probably in another year or so that's going to be complementary to this, and so the two projects combined will actually correct that issue that we have on East Lake Sammamish Parkway. The Lower Issaquah Creek Stream and Riparian Enhancement, that's a project that has been in the planning stages. It's just north of where this new Southeast 62nd Bridge is. and it's to take the land that we had purchased and do some riparian enhancements along the main stem of Issaquah Creek, which should help in flooding as well as habitat enhancement. Storm drain rehabilitation improvement program, it's similar to the other two utilities. It's taking the aging infrastructure, rehabilitating it, reconstructing it as needed. Cabin Creek tributary stabilization, that's a tributary to Cabin Creek that's highly incised, highly erodible, and the expectation is that we're going to use natural habitat features and so forth to stabilize that steep ravine. And that should help reduce the sediment load into the main stem Issaquah Creek as well. Issaquah Highlands West 45 stormwater lift station rehabilitation. That's a stormwater vault and lift station that was constructed as part of Issaquah Highlands. It's probably about 20 years old now, and it's time to be rehabilitated. So it's a standalone, separate of the normal rehabilitation because of the amount of effort and cost it's taking. We figured we'd pull that out separately. And then the reservoir overflow discharge improvements, those are dealing with NPDES discharge requirements. As we drain our reservoirs, we have chlorinated water, we drain them fast, could potentially have some erosion problems. So what we're doing is we're retrofitting those reservoirs so that we can discharge at a rate that, you know, is more cost effective for us, and we can control the chlorine and other elements under NPDES that way. So.
Good.
And now back to Beth.
Thank you.
Okay, I am back, and we're about to turn this over to all of you. Just want to, the next steps in this presentation is want to go through the policy questions and then open it up for public comment, I believe is the next sequence, and then come back to all of you for a discussion around these questions. Again, thank you, Councilmember Walsh, for reminding us all this is a planning document. So as you're thinking about what you want included in the adopted CIP, that there are opportunities to revisit these as more information becomes available, but we do need direction from the council as we move towards adoption about whether the council wishes to reflect the TBD sales tax revenue in the CIP, and if so, option 1, option 2, whether council has a desire to reserve a portion of existing debt service capacity in the event of an economic downturn. Does council wish to assume a stay-in-place strategy for City Hall facilities, or does council wish to consider a consolidated City Hall strategy? On Fire Station 71, is council desiring to explore a relocated Fire Station 71 in support of EFR's new service delivery model and level of service commitments? And then lastly, which projects is council interested in seeing put forth in the CIP with a special emphasis on the projects in 2020? And with that, I will stop talking.
So for council, I thought what we could do is see if there are any initial questions or clarifying questions, and really they could be anywhere in what we're looking at right now or anything that we've heard in the presentation tonight. Then we'll go forward, take public comment, and then we'll go through these one by one, and questions can still come at that time, and then we can have some deliberation. Does anybody have any initial questions? Councilmember Ray.
I have a question. And it really deals with option 1, option 2, and it deals with the funding and financing of the 43rd Street signal. So the issue, as I understand it, is if we move ahead with option 2 and do the 43rd Street light next year, then we would be committing general fund dollars to that initiative, and those wouldn't be available to other non-transportation initiatives. So what I'm trying to explore in my own mind is, We have 20, and the thinking is still is we would fund this with long-term debt. So we do 20-year bonds or bank loans or whatever, some long-term financing instrument. So in year one of that, we would have to do debt service on that loan using general fund dollars because that's the only funds we have. Is there any reason we couldn't transition that in years 18 through 20 on that bond issue using TBD generated funds because it would be a transportation initiative? Or when we secure that loan, are we locked in to identifying a specific funding source?
That is something that we could explore with bond counsel and our bond advisors. The risk being, even if you can do that, is that until you know those sales tax dollars are secured, you would need to go into it knowing that it could be tying up that existing debt service capacity
for some period
of time, and that there may be some near-term projects that we would need to push out to reserve that capacity and that ability to pay back those bonds until such time as the vote could occur and we would know the outcome.
I'm just trying to get it kind of poke at the fungibility of the income sources and whether or not we have to tie it when we secure the debt. And what I'm really trying to get to is some sort of, I think this is where Councilmember Goodman was on the 10th, some sort of a hybrid financing solution that allows us to not tie up all of our general fund debt capacity and to leverage to the extent possible the TBD revenue source.
Yeah, and there may be some sequencing, but some of that is also timing. So sometimes it's a matter of when you would issue that debt and how closely would it be to the time that the other revenues would come in. So that is something we can certainly explore. But the main point being that, the risk is that if the sales tax does not come in as we would hope, then...
I think that's a risk.
Yes.
Any old way. And the real risk is also if the voters don't support our sales tax, then it's a super nasty risk. But yeah.
Correct.
So
yes.
I know those are just things we have to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
I do have a few questions. One is about the Southeast 43rd Way signal improvements specifically. So in the CIP, they cite as a project justification a 2004 City of Issaquah completed the Providence Point Transportation Needs Assessment Study. And so I wondered if there's any more recent than 2004 data to support that project, if there's been any traffic studies or any work on that. Oh, that's Sheldon. Maybe back to me. Wait, should I restate it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so on the Southeast 43rd Street project, in the CIP, there's currently the 2004 needs assessment listed as the justification, and so I wondered if there's any more recent traffic studies or any more recent justification work in terms of the need for that project, because that's one of the bigger questions that I think council is grappling with is that justification, and I just wondered if we have more information about the urgency of the need.
That is the justification for the project. This at 2004 evaluation. There isn't any further.
No traffic studies or more recent.
No, it's been
needs.
design work. It's what it's been.
Okay. That's it for that transportation project. Then I also had a question about the criteria that you put up there. So these are criteria for the whole CIP or also for the TBD section of the CIP?
Generally both. But as we were narrowing in and trying to determine what would get scaled back if, under these various scenarios, we again looked at those criteria to help guide those recommendations. But they generally apply throughout the CIP as well.
Okay, so I guess I'm asking too because I know that we previously had a council committee that used their discretion in terms of what they thought should be on the list. And then it seems like, the finance department has also applied criteria. And so I'm wondering if these are the criteria that you applied to that list or if you applied them throughout the CIP.
Meaning the TBD, the TBD. So some of this predated my time at the city, but my understanding is that last summer, and correct me if I am wrong for the people that were here, my understanding is that last summer, as council was, I believe it was last August, was deliberating which capital projects could be funded in the 2019 budget. The list of projects that we are calling the TBD projects were unfunded, and that council gave the administration direction at that time, and then continued through the adoption of the budget to look at a funding mechanism for those projects. So that's my understanding of how it came to pass that those 7 were the focus of the ad hoc finance committee. If I have that wrong, please correct me, but that's my understanding. How the criteria was applied at the time, I am not able to say.
Okay, so from the work of that committee, the finance department applied those criteria that you showed earlier, and then some, because some, like Gilman improvements, which I asked about earlier, those were previously funded by the TBD. Now they're in the TBD package, but they're funded from the general. Now that's funded.
Okay, so last summer, there was a list of transportation projects that the council decided were high priority projects. Upon which criteria they base that on, I cannot say. But as council deliberated the budget and it was clear that there was not sufficient funding to cover those projects, council gave the executive, the administration, and also the ad hoc finance committee the charge to develop funding options for those projects, absent those criteria. So those projects became part of the TBD package. Some of it is funded with TBD sales tax. Some of it is funded with existing debt service capacity. Up until tonight, all of that had been referred to as the TBD package, regardless of the funding source. So that's how that came to fruition. So in many respects, the criteria didn't apply to that. That list was special. So when council members came back and said, what would it look like, for example, if we shifted Southeast 43rd onto existing debt service capacity, or what would happen if we didn't have the sales tax at all? The administration then said, okay, if we had to look at those scenarios, what criteria would we apply to say, okay, what gets funded with the remaining dollars and what doesn't? And that's how those criteria were applied in that circumstance.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on to public comment? Okay. Before I open up to public comment, I did want to announce that a formal public hearing will be conducted on the CIP, which is and a subset of the plan, the Transportation Improvement Plan, called the TIP, on the July 1st regular council meeting, and that meeting begins at 7 p.m. here in the council chambers. So for those of you who were here this evening watching on TV, or those of you that were here and then needed to leave because we're getting to a late hour, that will be another time to take a look at that. So we'll move on to public comments. So I'll ask if any members of the audience would like to talk about this section. Thank you. You can provide your name.
Hello, my name is Ron Imhoff. My wife and I have lived in Providence Point, the Providence Point neighborhood, for about 1 year. Actually, some of the things that are being discussed tonight, the presentation, address or at least start to talk about some of my concerns. So I'd like to address several issues within the CIP, especially as it relates to the citywide strategic plan and the park strategic plan. In the citywide strategic plan, mobility and transportation is one area where Issaquah gets a less than positive rating. And yet in the CIP, it seems it still doesn't have the priority it needs. The park strategic plan and park priorities in the CIP may need to be reassessed in light of the citywide strategic plan. Also, the idea that transportation projects are almost fully funded when a large portion of that funding depends on passing the TBD sales tax increase seems to be a little too optimistic. That makes it look like there's funds available for other needs. The pavement management program presentation last month showed how little investment has been made in caring for or improving the roads compared to the growth of the population. When we compare how parks are rated to roads, parks get A's or B's, but many roads are rated fair, poor, very poor, or failing. In fact, in the CIP, it appears that many of the transportation projects are primarily addressing parts of the park strategic plan green necklace, and not the objective of improving traffic conditions. The Northwest Sammamish Road non-motorized improvement, 3 trails crossing as examples. When you compare 3 trails crossing project justification, where users are crossing the street rather than going 300 feet to a protected crossing, with Southeast 43rd project, where users are crossing the street rather than going 1 mile to a protected crossing, you would think Southeast 43rd would be a more obvious need. So option 2, funding the 43rd signal now, makes better sense for the safety of Issaquah residents. It also makes better sense because it shows that Issaquah really is concerned about transportation priorities. It makes better sense because there are other transportation priorities that could be then part of the TBD. Several residents of Providence Point, including my wife, work at Costco, but it is very difficult to get out of Providence Point each morning just to get to work. The mobility goal of the strategic plan, getting around town, is easier for people who live, work, and play here, is not being fulfilled. I'd like to make one comment about traffic counts in the 2004 study. This is kind of off the side. So there have been some traffic counts comparing 43rd with Issaquah Falls City Road, and the counts are very similar. And I'm assuming they certainly have increased since 2004 because of all the growth that's been happening in Sammamish. But that could be looked at closer. So it looks like the contrast we have here is between ice cream and vegetables. We all want the ice cream, more parks and trails, but we really need to eat our vegetables, fix and improve our roads. So please select option 2 to fund the 43rd signal now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Got one hand in the audience being raised. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
That gentleman articulated what I really want to convey far better than I will, so I appreciate that. My name is Cyrus Crone. I live at 300 Southeast Bush Street, and I was here 2 weeks ago, June 10th, and made a couple of statements, and I want to practice what I preach, so if I'm going to put out, I better go and figure it out. I rode my bike from here to Pinch Point around because I saw that price tag for $15 million, and it seemed really steep. So I went and did the ride, and it's pretty bad. Like, I was a little nervous myself just on that stretch of road. It ends up being $15 million for 0.8 tenths of a mile, which seems pretty steep, but as I dig deeper into it and you've got issues with the side, it just seems like a complicated project, but it's a lot of money. I also went regarding my comment about the school fields and why we can't have access to the school fields that we've already paid our tax dollars for those immaculate offerings, and got some interesting feedback. I spoke to Representative Bill Ramos, who's wildly supportive, Representative Callan, who told me she thought that you could still access, but then I went to the athletic director, and I was informed that that's no longer a policy, that you cannot purchase a key as a citizen. So as we're talking about trying to figure out how to balance our budget and our costs and parks versus vegetables or ice cream, I like that analogy, seems like if we could work with the school system to get access to those fields, it might alleviate the need for things like redoing plat number 3. I spoke to someone up in Tallis about the 2.8. Jeff's going to correct me. Jeff's been phenomenal, by the way, helping educate me. But 2.8 million, I think, for, you'll correct me, new fields really to support the Tallis where land is at a premium. So how do we just leverage what we've already got? I'm going to try to use my whole time here. In terms of some of the infrastructure, I was just curious about why we're continuing to incur costs around physical servers when we could look at cloud services there. And then in terms of those records in the 4-year model to normalize that, if those records are already digitized, it should be a much more streamlined process that should take a lot less time, but I don't know enough about the existing file server to speak eloquently or even intelligently on that. I think it's great that the city spent a lot of money to purchase the Bergsma property, and I'm glad that we're preserving that land. I don't know why it's gone from long-term to an immediate need. One of the things that I'm really fond of in Issaquah, and I have friends from British Columbia that even come down here to visit, is just the abundance of access to parks and trails, and it's more ice cream, and I love ice cream, and I love the parks. I use all of them regularly, but I wonder how much more we need. Am I on a timer here? Because I feel like I'm...
You are just near the end, so if you want to summarize.
Okay, sure. My very first job was driving that camera through a CCTV truck through the sewers. So I see that expenditure. It was literally my very first job, Fairfax County Line Maintenance Division, Virginia, ran it through the trunk lines. They're now robots that do that. And so as we look at expenditures around new hardware and trucks and cameras, there's a company called East Bank Technologies out of Washington, D.C., and they produce a robot that costs half of what that expenditure is. And that was the same robot that was used in Fukushima when that plant was destroyed. So if it can survive a nuclear problem, it can certainly survive Issaquah sewers. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And a hand in the audience. Is there anyone else who?
I'm sorry, can I take 5 more seconds?
5 seconds. Yeah.
Fire Station 71, what I don't know, and this is just a naive question, is that going to be dismantled, or could that serve as the temporary fire station while we build the new one? Because I see an expenditure for a temp station. Well, what's going to happen with that one? Is it just going to go dormant? Thanks.
Is there anyone else tonight that would like to speak? Okay. Anyone else this evening that would like to speak? This is the final time that I'll ask, so appreciate everyone that came out this evening. We did have a group of residents that from the East Lake Sammamish area that came to speak, but because of the late hour could not stay. And all of their comments will be shared with council and entered in as part of the public record this evening. Some of them were here to talk about Southeast 43rd Way and the East Lake Sammamish Parkway roundabout modifications. And so that will come to all of council via email. So with that, I will close public comment, and now we'll move on to council deliberation and additional questions. So I think that the best way for us to do this is just to really start at the top and talk through the issues here. So if we have, now we're looking at the TBD sales tax revenues and the CIP, and looking at option 1. That is the original proposal in the CIP and/or option 2 that would accelerate the work on 43rd using existing debt service capacity. So we'll start with questions, and if we want to go into deliberation and talk about that, or questions that I think an important piece of tonight as well is to make sure that we're giving feedback to staff and administration about how we're feeling about this, but also if there's something we would like to see answered or something done differently. Member Walsh.
Can I also throw in as an option what was listed as alternative 2, which is no sales tax?
Yeah, we had the policy questions sort of queued up in the memo. Yes, let's throw that in as well. Now we've kind of got everything boiled down, but yes, there are 3.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hunt.
One specific question before we get into the policy questions, which is about the Sammamish Road non-motorized improvement projects. So that is one of the more expensive items to be funded on the TBD. I believe it is the most expensive. And so I wondered also, I think at previous times we had discussed versions of that project that were part of the corridor, for example. And so I wondered if there are options that are logical that we could also consider that would be, that should be on the table for the discussion.
When that project was originally being discussed, it was focused on about 2,000 feet of roadway section, which AKA was referred to as the pinch point, which was the narrowest point, which was giving the hardest area for cyclists and pedestrians to transit through. In the discussions in the ad hoc committee recommendation was to expand that project to go from 193rd to the State Park entrance, creating a solid non-motorized connection between the South Cove, Greenwood Point neighborhood to the State Park. And so what the funding need represents is that larger project based upon the ad hoc committee's recommendation.
And so for the sake of our discussion, could you remind us approximately what the cost of the smaller project was that was originally considered? The
smaller project, including the amount for the WSDOT work, which, by the way, is also incorporated in the 15 million, was roughly, if I remember right, it was between $5 and $6 million, 5.4, something like that, for that shorter amount.
And then I have one more question on that one, which is about the project justification. And it says, with an increase in traffic volumes on Sammamish Road, these improvements will enhance pedestrian and bicycle safety. And so I wondered too if it's just one justification is also to increase the traffic safety, the motorized safety of the cars as through that pinch point, or if that's really not consideration.
That section of road does not have a major traffic accident history associated with it. There are some, of course, there's always the anomalies of speeding and things like that that occur on there, but it seems like the largest issue with that road is the pedestrian and cyclist safety and facilities that are not along it.
Any other questions regarding the TBD? We want to talk now and go into deliberations about the TBD, and my suggestion is actually to not go in the order that we have here. It made more sense to me the way our memo was written. We basically had 3 policy questions that had underlying implications to the CIP, and those are more high-level questions that we can deliberate and give some direction about. And that would be the transportation benefit district question that we're talking about right now. It would be the stay in place about city facilities, and then it would also be the fire station. So I suggest we go in that order, and then we'll go down to the projects within the 2020 CIP and reserving capacity in the general fund, and the general fund debt service capacity question, because those three questions need to be answered in regard to the CIP. So we'll go back to deliberations and talk about just thoughts around the TBD and which option seems to make the most sense, or if we want to give feedback to the administration about even doing something different. Councilmember Ray.
I'll lead off. I really very strongly support option 2. I think we have waited long enough on 43rd Street and getting the signaling there. I think it's very clear that there is a need. I believe that we can find ways to mitigate the risk associated with tying up our general fund debt capacity using the TBD, and if we don't secure the TBD funding, we would be in the same boat anyway. So from my perspective, I don't see any significant advantage to going with option 1, and I see significant advantage to responding to a long-standing need on 43rd Street for a signal. And I've been there, and it's horrible getting out of there.
Thank you. Councilmember Walsh.
So I'm at a similar place on the Providence Point Light, that it makes sense to fund it out of existing debt service capacity. But partially that's for me because I am uncertain about the idea of a sales tax TBD in general, and the proposal of alternate 2 in this listing does account for Southeast 43rd using existing debt service capacity, and then other projects such as parks and trails and facilities not then are on the cutting block. And I think that gives us an opportunity to eat our vegetables and not go after our ice cream.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodman.
Sure. I'll choose vegetables. Yeah,
Now I'm just writing vegetables.
Okay. I agree with that. I still am open to ideas about what we talked about. It's getting late, so I'm not going to be very, but still am open to ideas about the TBD revenue source being used, we talked about earlier.
And Councilmember Hunt.
I also am in favor of TBD option 2. I am in favor of the TBD in general. I am not, I think that we would benefit from going through a process with the full council about the criteria that were used for the projects that are on there. I don't think we've had, in my opinion, I don't think we've had enough of a conversation. I know that there's been a long ongoing conversation, but then I haven't been on council for all of it and for the whole history of the projects, as well as I wasn't on the ad hoc committee that addressed it in depth. And so I think it would be very beneficial to understand those projects that are on there, what criteria were used, are those the criteria that the full council can support? Are we looking at geographical diversity of the projects as they're spread out in the city, and meeting the highest needs of different parts of the city? And I would like to go through that point by point, and I think not tonight, but in the future, I would absolutely like to do that. And I think it's important not only for us, but then also to as we talk about this with the broader community and explain why we put specific projects on the TBD, to get the community's awareness about why those projects are on there. I think that's also super important, and that transparency. And then I am in favor of TBD option 2 to accelerate the work on Southeast 43rd, because it does seem like this has been an ongoing need, And I think we need to do it whether or not the TBD passes in terms of getting voter approval. And I also think that I would be interested in figuring out a way to, or simply putting that on the TBD package that goes to the voters, but also, like we talked about before, I'll just say it again, but putting it in the package to fund it if it funds that, if it goes through, but then also, if we have to get started ahead of time with existing general funds, then I think we should do that.
So, Councilmember Walsh.
I was just going to say, along those lines, one of the reasons that I don't think I have support for a TBD sales tax right now is not because of the revenue source, but is mostly because of the projects that have been identified at this point, which I don't think represent some of our highest need. And so if we were to revisit those projects on a full council basis, I think I could shift toward the idea of supporting a TBD sales tax.
So just in general, I am supportive of looking at the TBD and the projects that have been defined under the TBD, I think are all very important and some things that we've been talking about for a long time. So I really did grapple between option 1 and option 2, thinking that Southeast 43rd is incredibly important, and it's something that we need to go forward with. So waiting to have the opportunity to put the TBD before the voters was just something that I was just trying to weigh. Could we wait and go forward with that? But, have a concern after what we went through a few years ago that if it didn't pass, then how would we be looking at funding Southeast 43rd? So in the end, I'm coming down to option 2, but in general, I am supportive of the TBD and the projects that have been defined, including Northwest Sammamish Road and the Newport, both of the Newport projects. Is there anything else that anybody would like to talk about? Deputy Administrator Snyder, do you feel like you have what you need? And Goldberg?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So, Councilmember Walsh.
Are we addressing the question of the debt service capacity and whether or not we want to reserve any of it for downturn?
So I was going to do that a little bit later, but if it makes sense to do that right now, we can jump into that. Okay. So now I just wanted to go to, because again, these were sort of the higher level questions. The next was the stay in place. Does the council wish to assume a stay in place strategy for city facilities? Or does the council wish to further consider the possibility of a consolidated city hall? Questions, or if we want to start deliberation?
I guess the question I would have is when the public would be involved in the decision of whether or not, I mean, I know I can't remember, but I have said for a few years that I'm not opposed to a consolidated city hall, but I would want the community to be involved and have some buy-in, and I'm not sure that the community sees that there is a tangible public benefit. I don't think the community understands or has a super heartburn about the inconvenience to city staff, the inefficiencies of it and the cost of it. But if there was a tangible benefit, I mean, we've heard a few times, I mean, what if we built a new city hall with a pool in the bottom floor. So it's hard for me to say yea or nay. I don't know when or whether I'm supportive or not, because I don't know when the community would be involved. I don't know what that plan would be.
Thank you. Councilmember Ray?
So the argument that's been proffered for a new city hall is really about service delivery. And so before I could get excited about doing something like that, there's two things that would be important to me. One is to look at what, to Councilmember Goodman's point, what does the community think, and is this a problem for them? And then two, instead of building a city hall where people can come to us, I would really like us to consider alternative ways to deliver city services that don't require a centralized big city hall. So how can we take services to the population as an alternative to building a city facility? All that being said, I don't really see that there's huge savings that are going to accrue in terms of the maintenance we're going to have to do on our existing facilities if we adopt the new city hall strategy. So I could be convinced, but right now it would be difficult for me to get behind a new facility, and I'm kind of leaning towards the stay in place for the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Councilmember Walsh.
I will present the opposite perspective. I feel like the city administration has created and presented a clear case that a consolidated city hall would represent a similar long-term cost, helps us as we grow into a larger city, and that perspective gives us an opportunity to recruit and retain our employees, and also, depending on what the community perspective is, could represent a significant placemaking experience. And I think we could do quite a lot there, not to mention there is a significant need that I agree has not been conveyed to the public very well, but as we experienced in touring the facilities, represents a clear need from my perspective.
The cost element is still not completely clear to me in terms of what costs can be deferred, or what costs we wouldn't have to actually, what things we wouldn't have to actually pay for in the next few years. For example, if we do consolidated city hall, in terms of some things we probably have to do anyway, some repairs we have to do anyway, and then we would have a consolidated city hall. Some things we can probably put off if we wanted to go the consolidated city hall route. So I know that we have talked about it, but it's still unclear to me which pieces are, like what the actual cost savings is in the different scenarios. I think it's possible that a city hall could be a placemaking, a public benefit in terms of placemaking, and certainly that's a possibility. I would like to see, I think, more information about that, because I think the argument as articulated so far has really been about, the need that staff have to go between buildings, et cetera, and the convenience and the efficiencies. And ultimately, this is a place, this does have the potential for something that could be a big public benefit to everyone. But I think that vision needs to be articulated. So I'm currently, I guess, more on the need more convincing about the public benefit aspect of it.
Thank you. So I would...
Deputy President Batiste, I'm sorry. I'm hearing questions about what that public process would look like and how what the plans would be to communicate with the public. If it pleases council, I can attempt to address some of those questions tonight, if that will help with some of your discussions. Okay, thank you. I think what the administration is looking for guidance on right now are preferences between the stay-in-place model and then the consolidated city hall. So what that means is if we're staying in place, our facilities obviously look very much and function very similar to how they function today. We're hoping to get a little bit of guidance and direction from City Council so that if Council says, we'd like you to pursue or we'd like to consider further a consolidated city hall, then at that point, we would have something to go back to the public with and say, what do you want to get out of a city hall? If this is something that we decide to pursue as a community, then what does this look like? How do you want those services to be delivered? What are your hopes for something totally different than this community has experienced in the past? And so we would pursue that with the public, engage the public a little bit more and have the opportunity to do that. We're hoping to get a little bit of guidance so that then we have permission, so to speak, of going out to the public and having that conversation with them and pursuing the topic a little bit further. Then we'd bring that back to council and certainly share what we've learned in terms of the public's expectations and hopes for what they could get out of a consolidated city hall. Does that help?
Councilmember Hunt. So I would be supportive of going forward and talking with the community and better understanding how the community feels about that. I think I would echo what Councilmember Walsh talked about. I think that in looking at providing the services that we need to provide in a growing city, and the financial pros and cons of the maintenance that needs to be done, the ability for placemaking, and also just some of the safety and safety aspects were particularly really hit me as we were going on our facility tours and that kind of thing, and being able to provide the sort of spaces that would work better as customers and residents are coming in to get help in a variety of different places. So I would be supportive to go forward. Councilmember Walsh.
So as it relates to the CIP, if I understand correctly, if we say we're more interested in stay in place, would the 4.4 million of the design build come off, and we would keep all of the capital replacement, HVAC, roof, flooring, siding and structural repairs, all of that would stay on? If we choose we're more interested in a consolidated city hall, then those capital replacement programs would be adjusted to the buildings that would remain, which include things like the senior center and Parks and Rec, or whatever that is. And so we would see some savings there from those replacements that wouldn't be pursued, and the 4.4 million for design build would stay on.
Yes, that's accurate. So there would be savings from some of the maintenance costs that you see reflected in the CIP. That said, if we have systems failure tomorrow, before a consolidated city hall could possibly be built, then of course we would have to replace those systems. So to some extent, I think what we would see is revised numbers in terms of prioritizing what are the most urgent needs that we know cannot wait for, a couple of years until a consolidated city hall could be built. But you would see changes in the cost that would reflect savings on that operations and maintenance costs that we have reflected in the CIP now.
And then the second question is, both options, the stay in place, which requires significant renovation, expansion, all of that, and then the Consolidated City Hall, which represents design, build, new. Both of those have much larger price tags associated with them, which is not represented in the CIP in the future years. Is it there in the future years? Okay, fantastic. That was kind of my question there. I assume in any conversation on that we have to consider funding. And from my perspective, Consolidated City Hall has one option, which is to go to the community for a bond or a levy or some sort, whereas stay in place to me does not seem to have a clear funding mechanism. And so my concern with saying, hey, we're more interested in stay in place is, what do we come up with to fund continued maintenance, expansion, and things like that? Of a voice.
We're talking. Can make a suggestion. Jeff Watling, Parks and Recreation Director. Great questions, and I think our intent tonight, getting emotional, it's getting late, in this desire to see if there's consideration of council to further explore a consolidated city hall is not to make this absolute, one stays in the CIP and one doesn't. I think they both probably stay in the CIP as a planning document. As we mentioned on June 10th, our goal would be this fall to have that public engagement piece. If there was, hey, you know what, let's further explore this, that would be a critical next step, would be that engagement. How do we inform the community of what the problem is, and talk to our customers who utilize these three buildings and see what their needs are, compile that information, bring that back. I think that better informs us. That could all be happening while I think both of these investment concept, or these planning investments are still on the CIP, at least for this 2-year cycle. One suggestion.
Councilmember Goodman.
Thanks for that additional explanation. I say I would be supportive of taking the next step. Not only has this been the plan for 25 years, the buildings are not, we're just kicking the can down the road. It's just going to get more and more expensive, and it's going to be a larger problem. And so I would be supportive of taking the next step, just because I think it's time.
Councilmember Hunt.
One more comment about the public engagement pieces. I think it's important also not to, I think that going out and doing the engagement, one thing that would be good to know is what the problem actually is from the perspective of the community, rather than explain the problem from the perspective of the city, which is really how we've been articulated the problem on council, is like there's a problem from the perspective of the city. So to go out more with like an open mind about what's the problem from the perspective of the public.
All right. Anything else in regard to this? All right. So now we will move on and talk about if the City Council would like to further understand and determine how to relocate Fire Station 71 to support Eastside Fire and Rescue's new service delivery model and level of service commitments. We'll start with questions or deliberation. Straight to it.
Well, it's phrased as a yes or no question. So do I want to further understand and determine how? The answer would be yes.
That is, again, these are sort of the higher level questions that we're dealing with now, so that it can be that simple.
Yes.
And yes, yes.
Yes, and I want to express frustration that this is coming up to us and know who dropped the ball in not knowing that this was going to be a potential 2020 funding commitment. It's frustrating.
And yes. It would be great to better understand. Okay. Councilmember Hunt. Okay. So now what I'd like to do is move on to the policy questions that that are directly impacting the projects. And so that would be, the way the question was talked about in the memo said, does the council support the project list put forth in the proposed 20 to 25 CIP as a planning tool? But I think it's good to clarify that we're really focusing on 2020 and talking about, is the 2020 list correct, or are there things that we are feeling like we want to move, put in a different place? And then for the rest of the years, from a general perspective, do those subsequent years look about right? But I clarified as we were talking about this question, and I had seen that in the memo, that really the focus that we want to have is on 2020 and whether we feel like that is right, because again, this is a planning tool, and so those subsequent years are something that we'll have more opportunity to talk about. So I'll start with that, and Councilmember Walsh.
So I think one project thing that I would like to bring up, which is the Black Nugget retaining wall. I know the project there is for basically upkeep and maintenance. And as I understand it, there is a 2026, 2027 potential full replacement. And so I'm wondering if we can see those replacement costs included in the future years portion so that it more accurately represents the need there.
I believe they are shown in the future years.
There?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like $5 million something, and what's in 22 and 23 are design work.
Okay, fantastic. So general feedback for me, I feel like our CIP is very heavy on parks projects. When I look out at other cities' CIPs, I see closer to $5 million worth of parks projects. Our previous CIP was $23 million worth of parks projects, and this one is $62 million. I feel like that is very heavy, and I understand it's coming because we just did the park strategic plan, and I think it is lovely there. I am concerned for how this communicates a concept of priorities, by that laying it out into time periods, and I wonder how we address this concept. Maybe it's just because it's my first time looking at a CIP in this realm. But I feel a little bit uncomfortable with that breakdown and going back to the vegetables versus ice cream concept, which was very eloquent and I love. Yeah, I just have concerns there as that is represented in the CIP.
So my perspective is a little different. I think that the parks, the amount of work, the amount of money that's allocated to parks in the CIP, I think is generally reflecting a need for maintenance of our existing assets and doing a better job. I see it sort of similar to the proposal for the pavement management, that we need to do a better job taking care of a lot of our existing assets. And so it's reflecting that need that we have to take care of something that's really important to our residents. So I think it does reflect that parks are an important part of what makes Issaquah Issaquah. I also have a general comment on the project selection criteria, which is On there, there's legal mandates, life and safety, support for existing infrastructure and levels of service, support for continued government operations and service delivery, smaller price tag projects, and leverage other funding. So I'm first of all glad that we have some criteria that have been put forward because it gives me something to work with. But I question the smaller price tag projects just because I think sometimes the smaller price tag projects aren't the important ones, and sometimes a lot of smaller price tag projects still don't in my mind add up to a one big really important project. And the other thing is time sensitivity, and I think this came up also in public comment, but some things like acquisition, hillside acquisition, like the critical areas acquisition, those are sometimes very time sensitive, especially we're seeing a lot of development in the city, and I would like to make sure that we're taking into account time sensitive opportunities as one of our project selection criteria for things to happen sooner rather than later in the CIP. So general observation is that I think time sensitivity should be one of our criteria, and then also specifically I did not agree with the removal of the acquisitions as one of the first things, because I think with the development pressure that we're seeing in the region, we need to make sure that we're acquiring open space and parks in the areas that are important for residents in the future.
I don't have any huge concerns or opposition to the project list at this time.
I too, I had. That's helpful. I had a lot of questions as I was going through 2020, and I really, in reading through all of the defined projects and then better understanding why those projects had been brought forward, and a lot of thoughtful questions that came out from Councilmember Ray and Walsh and Hunt and Goodman. I think everybody had some questions, but I know that Councilmember Ray and Walsh had a load of them, and that was helpful. Those were some of my questions, but I have to really look at the administration and staff and think that they really have a good read on what to bring forward in 2020 and what are the projects that can wait. And so I don't have any major opposition. I think that we've got a good list for 2020. Anything else that we'd like to talk about? And do you, sorry. Beth is giving me.
The policy question on, the policy question on whether council wishes to hold out a portion of existing debt service capacity, I think is the.
Yeah, just gonna move over to that. I just wanted to see if on the 2020 list, if you had what you needed.
We do, thank you.
Okay, great. So let's move over to the debt capacity. I think Councilmember Hunt has talked about a little bit of this already. I'll start with Councilmember Walsh, however.
Yes, I want to reserve a portion of existing debt service capacity.
And Councilmember Ray?
Yeah, I just think you need to have some buffer for the rainy day.
Yep. Goodman?
I didn't hear an express recommendation or suggestion by the finance department that we do this. It was just an option. So is it recommended?
Your finance department always likes having some flexibility when it comes to a downturn. And again, I think the CIP is structured in such a way that we've got that in the out years if we need it in the immediate term. So, yes.
Well, it was implied that it was recommended,
Yes.
but it was just an option. So I
Yes,
just wanted to make
yeah, no, it is an option, but your finance department does not turn down opportunities to be just a touch more conservative.
Okay, then I would agree.
And I will go forward and say, I think that's always important, and so I would agree with that. I do think that there are some questions around, some of the projects that we would use, and maybe because of our late hour, that is something that we could talk about at a later time. Okay, it sounds like everyone's in agreement on that. And so, now we are down to, does the council wish to signal dedication of all of the anticipated general fund debt service capacity for the next 20 years to the project shown on page 15 in the proposed CIP? We had, I think we had done that. All right. We're good on all of that. Okay, I was thinking of it as two different questions, sorry. Okay, so with that, council has given their comments. I think we are ready to move on to our next ID. Oh, I'm so sorry. So that we have one more question, and that was whether we felt like we needed to continue talking about some of these things in an upcoming work session, which would be the July 8th work session, whether we felt like we needed to add on time to further discuss some of these items. Councilmember Hunt.
Yes, I do think we need to add time.
Councilmember Ray, I was asking whether we thought we should add more time
Yes, we should.
tonight.
I can hear you outside. I can hear you.
Just joking. Okay, so it sounds like everyone would like some more time to tackle some of this because of the late hour. But I think that administration has what they need from us. So now we will move on to ID 0448, which is a PFAS report findings and next steps. And we have Sheldon Lynn here to present. Excuse me.
So one question I have is whether, realize we have folks here, this, and probably consultants. I think one question I have is whether we want to tackle this topic at almost 10 after 11. And so it's complex, and I'm guessing, and heavy. And so I just want to know how fellow council members feel about starting it tonight, or whether we want to take it to a different session. And if the administration could address
the impact of that.
Yeah, what is the impact if we don't hear
let's
it?
hear from you, and then we can hear from.
One is I have a consultant that's here. Two is the information you'll receive tonight is also going to be similar to that the Eastside Fire and Rescue Board is going to be receiving from their consultant. Similar but not the exact presentation. And so we want the two elected official boards to pretty much see the same information or very at about the same time. And so this does start to eliminate the next steps and cost sharing and things like that as to where the partnership is going with Ecology, EFR, and the city over the next biennium, or I should say this biennium, since it's now started as of July 1.
Okay, thank you. So, council, are we okay to go forward with the presentation? This is informative, and then I guess one suggestion I would have is that then if council felt like they needed to have a little more time just to even talk about this, that maybe we could do that also on July 8th.
Can we at least get through the presentation smartly and then decide what we want to do?
Very efficiently, you mean?
Yes.
We can do that. We can move as quickly as possible through the presentation.
Right, we will do our part to help.
Thank you.
And so with that, I'm not going to give a big introduction or anything, but I am going to introduce Bob Anderson. He's been our consultant advising the city as we've worked through the partnership and the studies and the scopes of work. Bob?
All right, I will try and keep this down about 15 minutes. Can we make it 15 minutes? Okay. If I can figure out the technology, there we go. Okay, so I'll give you a brief background on PFAS, talk a little bit about the 2018 study results, and then sort of our next steps and what's going on with the recent legislative appropriation that's funding our next round of work. So if you're not familiar with these PFAS are man-made chemicals. They've been manufactured and used for many years. That's being found around the country. And since about 2015, 2 of those chemicals have been assigned an EPA advisory limit for drinking water. So there are lots of PFASs out there. 2 out of the hundreds are currently under an advisory level, which is not a strict regulatory, enforceable regulatory limit. This stuff is used in many different types of situations. Probably the largest volume of release into the environment has been coming from firefighting foams, particularly at Air Force bases, Navy facilities. That's where a lot of these problems have been cropping up. It's also used in chemical manufacturing, textiles, waterproofing. It's used in a lot of different situations because it's got some unique chemical properties that make it pretty useful. The regulatory framework is pretty sparse at this point. So EPA has established this advisory level only for 2 of these compounds. None of the other PFAS are under an advisory limit. And so states are starting to adopt their own enforceable regulatory MCLs for drinking water. So the EPA's advisory level is 0.07 micrograms per liter. So that's a real small amount. It's about 70 parts per trillion. So we're talking about very small amounts. As the threshold, the advisory level is based on some initial toxicology on the health effects of ingesting these 2 compounds, and there's still lots of toxicology that needs to get done for EPA to go through a full determination and an establishment of an enforceable MCL. So it'll still take some years for EPA to get through that process. So when the city discovered the PFAS in well 4 back in 2016, all we had was the EPA advisory level. The city was very proactive, took this aggressive approach, and immediately installed this wellhead treatment on well 4. So the water that's going into the wellhead treatment system is at about 0.5 micrograms per liter, so about 7 times the advisory limit, and it goes through these canisters of granular activated carbon, and that strips out the PFAS, and the water that comes out of those canisters is below the detection limit. It's like 2.5 parts per trillion. So your system, your treatment system is working really well, and the water is obviously safe to drink. It gets blended with your other sources and so forth. The other thing the city did was to do some initial hydrogeology to try and figure out where this was coming from, how much of this PFAS was actually in the ground. And so we did an initial study, had some ideas on where some of the sources might be in the south part of the city, and suggested that we do some more investigation. The problem was that we had a very undeveloped regulatory framework at the time, and that has begun to start to take some shape. So Department of Health has begun rulemaking to establish an MCL for PFAS or PFAS. We don't know what that limit's going to be. Some states are just adopting the EPA's advisory limit. Some states are adopting limits that are lower than the advisory limit. Some states are adding other PFAS chemicals in addition to the PFAS and the PFOA. So we don't know yet which direction Department of Health is going to go on this yet. It'll take another year, 18 months or so before the Department of Health goes through their process to establish what the MCL is. But we'll have an MCL that will be enforceable, and PFAS will be part of the city's routine drinking water. It already is, but it will be part of every city's routine drinking water monitoring. So the other side of the coin is ecology, who is responsible for regulating a site where PFAS might be found in the soil or groundwater. And because we don't have a drinking water limit yet, ecology has not established any sort of firm enforceable regulatory limits for sites, but they have established something that they're calling investigatory level. So it's kind of a placeholder until they finish their process to have an enforceable limit for these different compounds. They're considering regulating this under the State Cleanup MOTCA program, but again, that's probably going to be years off, and no formal regulatory action has been taken yet for ecology on sites. So that's sort of the dilemma, is that we don't have any regulations to guide any sort of cleanup or determine when a site is actually clean. Just to summarize, so for the numbers, the EPA Health Advisory, 7 micrograms per liter. We'll wait and see what DOH comes up with. These investigatory levels from ecology, there's a soil component and a groundwater component, and there's a direct contact, so like touching soil versus just having soil, water percolates through it and picks it up and takes it down to the groundwater. So they have different numbers associated with those. And then currently, ecology is just defaulting to the advisory limit for groundwater. So, lacking any regulatory framework, we established this partnership with the City of Issaquah, Eastside Fire and Rescue, and the Department of Ecology. And this group is set up with an executive committee and a technical team. There's general agreement that drinking water priority is sort of the objective here, to make sure that drinking water is clean. And the state is funding the majority of this with partner contributions as appropriate. So the first study that was done by Eastside's consultant, Farallon, and I'll go over the results of that in a minute, and then I'll just explain real briefly what our plan is for the 2019 program. So the 2018 study really singled out 3 different areas for investigation, primarily of the soil and the shallow groundwater. So there weren't deep wells drilled. This was all focused on the shallow portion of the aquifer and the soil. So there were 8 sub-areas from these 3 general areas. So Area 1, this is the Eastside Fire headquarters. Dodds Field, Issaquah Elementary. There was some reported historical fire training in that area, so that was singled out as an area to check out. And then Memorial Field right here. The fire station used to be here, so that was another obvious one to check out. So 8 additional sub-areas for soil, 11 locations for groundwater, and then this geologic analysis. So this shows, here's wells 4 and 5. So well 4 is the one that has the PFAS in it. Well 5 has trace amounts, but well below the limit right now. And wells 1 and 2 have no PFAS, and the groundwater is flowing in this direction. So if you look at that in cross-section, so now we're looking through the ground. Here's the pumping well, PW4, so the water that is going into those canisters is coming from this deeper part of the aquifer. And these are the 2 wells up gradient that we installed in 2016. And then these are the shallower wells where the soil and the shallow groundwater sampling had occurred in 2018. So we're starting to get a good picture kind of along the flow lines of the groundwater flowing toward pumping well 4. What we don't know, or what one of the investigative objectives here is to better understand how the shallow and intermediate zones are connected. How does water move from that shallower portion down to the deeper portion? So the 2018 results found that the soil concentrations were less than the direct contact investigatory levels at all of the sites. So that's very good news. So there's not an immediate health risk to having any contact with the soils, and these are all public spaces, so that's good news. The soil concentrations are greater than the groundwater leaching level, so there's still some risk that rainwater percolating through the soils there is going to pick up some of that PFAS and take it down to the groundwater table. And then most of the shallower groundwater concentrations are greater than that 0.07. So it's not just the deep groundwater, it is also the shallow groundwater. Generally speaking, the concentrations are a little bit higher here on the west side compared to the east side. But the problem is relatively pervasive, let's say. So the next steps here are to, the mayor and the city did a fantastic job of working with the legislature to get some additional funds to continue the investigation and not let this just sort of lie in limbo because there's no regulatory framework. So I think that was very positive and proactive by the city, and I think ecology and the legislature have been very appreciative of there's a collaborative effort here to try and figure out what's going on. So this money is intended to continue characterizing the PFAS, but more importantly, we're starting to talk about cleanup. So this next phase of work is going to be more investigation, but it's also going to be pointing in a direction of how can we solve the problem now. So I think that's a real positive. The legislature is very happy and wants continued coordination with the city and EFR, and they're planning on using some of the process and the results and the things we learn to sort of help them address the next site problem that they may have. So the legislature has dedicated $400,000, ecology's kicking in $100,000, and we're still working out the final cost estimates for the scoping, but whatever is in excess of that $500,000 will be split 50-50 between EFR and the city, and I think it's probably going to be around $50,000 or something, yeah. So exactly what we're going to do, there'll be continued monitoring. We have a whole bunch of new places that we're monitoring groundwater now. So we'll be further characterizing how the groundwater moves from the shallow zones to the deeper zones. There'll be a full detailed investigation at the EFR headquarters, so a bunch more soil samples, more shallow groundwater, trying to characterize how much PFAS is on that site specifically. There'll also be some investigation here around Dogwood, which is an area where we saw some fairly high concentrations of PFAS in that deeper intermediate zone, but we don't know how wide, we don't know how it's connected to the areas upstream and the areas downstream. So there'll be some more investigation there. There'll be some groundwater modeling. So the city has a groundwater model that we developed for some other purposes in the past. We're going to upgrade that model and make it compatible so we can do some contaminant transport analysis and that sort of thing. And that will allow us to essentially simulate how a cleanup technology might or might not help remediate the system. How long would it take? How much mass can we remove if we pump or if we remove soil, those sorts of things. There'll be some more investigation of, I think, just one more potential source area. And then again, this idea of an interim remedial action is now firmly in the scope of work now. So we're going to be looking at how can we clean this up? Do we remove soil? Do we pump? Do we immobilize it? So there's a whole menu of things that we'll be looking at and seeing what looks feasible, both from the site and from areas off of the site. So the exploration, monitoring, modeling will probably take place throughout the end of this year, and then we'll be getting into kind of the analysis and the interim remedial action plan, which was kind of a requirement for the funding that will come out in 2020. So We have a fair bit of work ahead of us to do, but I'm really happy with both the way the group is functioning, and I'm very happy now that we're starting to talk about interim remedial actions and not just collecting data and hypothesizing about what's going on. So good progress, and I think Ecology is very happy with the way we're all working together. So you're on the cutting edge. You're going to be getting lots of calls from people on how did you do this. So that's all I have.
Great. Councilmember Welsh.
On the 2019 legislative appropriation slide, 3 back, the $500,000 in the city cost to be determined, is that cost for investigation in the pilot study, or does it get into any remediation at that point?
This appropriation will not involve any actual remediation. This will get us to a plan that can then be implemented in another phase of work.
And when will we know the to be determined city cost within that timeline?
Pretty soon, I think. Sheldon probably knows better than I do. I haven't seen the scope of work lately, so.
We're just finalizing the scope of work and everything, but right now it looks like it's going to be split 50-50, and the amount being split is on the order of magnitude of around $50,000. So, no, split. So it's about 25 each for this work.
Member Hunt.
I think this may be a question for Sheldon, not sure. But we received in the mail this water quality report, and so in the water quality report, which went out to the residents, there's a statement about Issaquah meets all standards set for safe drinking water, and based on latest science, the EPA recently released drinking water health advisories, which are not enforceable or regulated, on 2 PFCs called PFOA and PFAS. Issaquah meets these advisories. And so verbally, you said that Issaquah's drinking water from well 4 was, I believe you said 2.5 parts per trillion, and the advisory level is 7 parts per trillion, is that right?
70.
70.
70.
Okay, and Issaquah's is 2.5.
Well, 2.5 is the detection limit.
And it's below that.
It's less than that.
Yeah, it's non-detect. It's less than the detection limit. And the detection limit, as Bob was saying, is 2.5 part per trillion.
Okay, so part of why I'm asking about this is because I couldn't actually find that information, and I don't actually see it on the slide, although you did say it, and now you're saying it again. So I'm wondering if the information is available for people, because I think one concern about the PFAS is the amount that's in the drinking water. And the answer is no. So now we have the answer on the record, but I would like to just suggest that this be information that is reported more broadly, especially because, you know, it's below the limit of detection, and that's something that people will be concerned about. And I was, you know, reading this, it just says there are these advisories. It doesn't actually say what the advisories are, and it doesn't say what our levels are. So that's something that I would like to recommend for communication purposes. And then I also, one more question is, what are the implications for the study in terms of water treatment plant options? Because we're also considering water treatment plant, and the point of the question is to understand the cost and planning considerations for future water treatment.
The water treatment plant is, part of it is going to have the carbon filters also, specifically to address this issue. We're anticipating to have to continue treating the water that's being pumped from our wells for a period of time.
So does the remedial actions, does that affect the need for water treatment, or are they related at all, or is that more of the environmental concern and not specific to
They're going to be related to the extent that it will reduce the amount of time necessary for treatment, theoretically by removing some of the source or capturing and dealing with the chemical, you know, in the groundwater. We're not going to be able to intercept all of it, but it's probably going to take a number of years to get through our system. and get through the aquifer. And right now, well 4 is capturing it. And so we're going to continue to have to treat well 4 until we can document that there isn't anything in the aquifer left. The remedial action is going to help us, reduce that amount of time, but I don't have a prediction for what that is yet.
Okay, but
That's
so
something that'll come out of the study is we'll do some analysis. We'll be doing some analysis of how long, what happens if we just pump well 4, what if we put other wells further up gradient, how does that all add up in terms of getting the PFAS out of the ground?
Okay, so it does potentially, those efforts and the success of those efforts does potentially have some implications for the further remediation or water treatment needs down the line?
Mostly from the perspective of time.
Time, okay.
Yeah, you should plan on continuing wellhead treatment at well 4 for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from council? Any additional questions? I'm going to open this up for public comment then, and then I'll come back and we can talk about if there's anything else we'd like to discuss. Is there any member of the audience who would like to come forward and give public comment on this topic? Just wanted to ask. I don't see anyone. Late hour. So I will close the public comment and then ask council if there's anything further that they would like to questions or anything further they'd like to discuss on this topic. Okay. Deputy Administrator Snyder, anything else that you need this evening?
No, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I just wanted to thank all of the community members that came this evening, the staff for being here tonight and all their hard work, and the council. We are adjourning at 11:30, so thanks for hanging in there.